welcome, welcome. We're gonna start up in a few. Give me a minute. How's everybody doing tonight? Sure, I got food coma like a mofo. It's that and the heat. It's been so hot. Sometimes it's hot, but you don't want to turn on the AC, so you go to sleep. What do I do? Trapped all around. It's nice and cool now. It's nighttime. Got the FloTunes on. I don't know which. This is one of my other accounts. I guess when I logged in, this one showed up. So we'll practice with this one tonight. You're done, but oh shit, do I have it still showing as bar? No, it's showing as, yeah, we're playing it, yes, today. It was spur of the moment. I guess Soulsteel and Doug were planning to play some bar, and yeah, when we're on, you could jump in, get all up in there, you know. Heard you're one of the best. I was over there just dying, exploring the the attack move is trash. Let's block them, keep them out. Nice. Hit him so the generator. Oh, never mind. $30 hours a week. I work on bar cheese. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start exploring myself. Just gotta learn what everything does. Let's expand. Already broken and found about 5 more broken things in the game. Drops towers. What the hell? My hotkeys? What is this? Why are my hotkeys? That's weird. Can't, I gotta fix that. What the hell? I don't know why it's doing that. Oh. I can't, what the hell? Oh, it's left click. Wait, keyboard. Oh, this part, yeah. 0. No, keyboard. I'm confused. Let me see something. I couldn't hotkey the key. Let me see. But you can't do 0? So we have okay. Let me check something. So 1, 2. 5. 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7, and so this should be 9, 8, 9. Oh, it has to be tilde, maybe? Maybe it's tilde. Nope, that's not tilde. What the hell? What's this? Oh no, it's definitely not tilde then. It's all right here. But then this comes up. But then O. What? What is that? Why is it acting like a camera hotkey? That's so weird. So what I'll do, put this one as O. Figure it out later, and then this one as 5. Oh, that was 3. So weird. But this one doesn't. I don't understand. With that key, it's creating like it's so weird. And it's 0. It's 0. You would think 0 would just do with click 0 as a hotkey. And 0's right there too. So weird. What the hell? And I can't use tilde because that other, I have to figure out how to disable that overlay. Oh, that's so. Maybe I have to reboot the computer later. Maybe it's just like a glitch. Let's see here. So build mass decoys, I mean like 40 of them, ball them up, put them on repair. Think of SCVs that can attack and repair each other. Yeah, they'll just kind of hang around and not die as quick. She's found as armed extractors with double repair turrets in proximity. You can drop them like creep tumors. If you go air, cover the whole map, and 2 repair turrets repair each other. Alt tab, let me see. Alt tab. Yeah. Alt tab works. But, you know, I can't. Like, my mouse won't pick it up. I'm thinking it's a glitch or something. 'Cause everything else I could push. Until the
Sup, Flo and Chats, by the way.
Oh, you know what? It is tilde.
Seems you're already rich minerals with TWAP.
Oh, it is tilde. Look, when I hit
Thank
tilde.
brother.
But
Are
then
you
when
gonna play Nightmare or other mods instead today?
Oh, maybe later. Maybe. Oof. We'll see. I didn't get my StarCraft on earlier. Okay, so I have to change the tilde to 0. Oh. Global. Yeah, yeah. So this has to be 0. Right, control group, yeah. 10. Shift 0. And go over here and click 0. Primary unbound. You shut your mouth. Accept. Let me see now. Yep, now it works. Okay, so that's weird. Why would I gotta figure out how to disable this right here? Whatever this is, like a StarCraft overlay. Well, I don't even know. What is this? Got calls. I ain't calling nobody. Video. Stream on the right would. Yeah, but so I can't use tilde. At least not for StarCraft, unless I disable that thing. Okay. Alright, we fixed it. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've never used this thing before. Weird. I was wondering why that was popping up while I was playing. I was like, oh shit. Trying to hockey something. Alright. Let's go random. We're in Korea server, as you can see. We'll see how it goes. It's up here. It's up here. The music is so much better than pop shit metal. Can war to this. I have this is in Discord, Neo. This is in the Discord under FloTunes, no lyrics. Hey, thanks, Neo. What do we race? Protoss? try to cannon rush me. Dirty, dirty. I don't know how he'll get through that. Okay, Big Daddy. What? Oh, it's an old count. Oh, I still have 4 matches. It had me log on, so it must have been another one. I don't believe any of these borders. Terran. Let's go scout. Score. We're gonna go over here and what the hell? Thinking Cyclone. Gotta waste our gas. Holy shit, that thing takes forever to kill. Can I get doors? gonna check the outside perimeter. Oh. Whew, what a metronome. I woke up. Good morning, good morning. I'm trying to get cray. My Cyclones to BCs. I fought pretty well, but below 17 minute, no work, 8 tech straight, unbeatable. Damn right. No upgrades. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Just fight and will. I figured it was gonna be Cyclones. Cyclones are really good in the beginning. You try to come at my stalker. I'll get that stalker. Nope. That kind of got me good. That SCV repair was better than I expected. Whittle down those cyclones a little bit. Gotta get like sentries or something, push them forward. brave. Trying to repair. I'm like, are you gonna try to fight with the take some SCVs though? Need to get more void raids. Void raid counter the BCs. Immortals counter the cyclones with phoenixes. So we gotta just finesse it a little bit. Stalker. How did bar go? It's going okay. You know, I'm kind of like slowly trying to learn how the mechanics work. I'm not very fond about all the mechanics. Like the A move is weird, and the, you know, certain things with the move command, it's just move command, and like you just gotta move around. Never heard of such easy thing to do, just move around. I mean, the last time I did that was just with BCs. But you just move them around, I guess. So I gotta learn some of the mechanics in there and the hotkeys. I was just trying to remember the energy, convert energy, the metal storage, and the energy storage, and the which one's first. Still trying to learn that stuff. Guerrilla warfare, straight up fight. This has everything. Damn right. It even got FloTunes. That's right, baby. We have one last bit. Let's see. Flo, do you know Phoenix skills named Shield Capacitor? No, I don't. You're talking about like in the campaign? The Phoenix guy? Shoot, I barely even know most of the names in the upgrades, the upgrade list. Cheers. Well, yeah, the mechanical part is not as smooth. Because of that A move is weird, and I'm like, why can't we use A move, and why can't they attack when they see something nearby? Why do I have to attack the ground? Because that's what it does, right? You attack the ground, you don't attack the unit when you attack. It's like, you don't, it's not like it selects the unit and goes, I want to attack that. You have to kind of like guess, you know, the water balloon fight or something. The skills are first restore shield to full curious if immortals barriers got replaced by it. Okay, let's keep going. The idea is send your army to X, keep sending more army, always attack, move to position X. Yeah, position game. Hold the line. Skill is for restore shield to full. If immortal barrier got replaced by it. Oh, I see what you mean. For that ability, Shadow. Full system restore. Stronghold. Played that one. Got him.
Starter got wrecked.
Yeah, they try to play standard. Are you waiting for new Mafia or it's not your type? New Mafia? I've never heard of that game. It's called New Mafia. I don't even know. I don't see it. Yeah, the Mafia. Mafia, the old country, maybe. Is it Mafia, the old? Is it that? This one? Oh. I don't know. I won't put sound because then they copyright everything. Those little bastards. Can't have any peace. So he's like, so it's like story. Having some dinner. Looks casual. I'll watch the thing later, but yeah, they always, everything's copyright these days. You just listen to a little bit. Something happened. Old school times. Ooh, someone got killed right there. So, you know what? Yeah, kind of Red Dead Redemption vibes. Yeah, right? A little more serious tone, though, it seems. Some more, definitely more action adventure. Yeah, I'll see what's up. I mean, you know, it looks alright. It's not out yet. Like, I play all kinds of games. I'm not like very picky. I just try to enjoy the game as an art piece. But a lot of them are pretty good most of the time, so I get lucky. $50, bastards. But yeah, I mean, there's look at this mouthwash. Right, that's the game that we tried. The witch's house, you know. We tried this one. Made me scream a couple times. She got me a couple times, not gonna lie. You know, so we'll see what's up. We'll give it a shot, but I'll wait until there's Black Friday. Usually good sales kick in, or whenever there's a holiday. I always keep my eye out. But I saved it for later. It looks alright. It looks good. Adventure. Kind of like Red Dead Redemption. We were going to do Clair Obscur or Oblivion. Those were the next games that we were going to try out. Clair Obscur and Oblivion. Not sure which one first. Wait for review. Sexy Witch's House. Yeah, that one got me. The Witch's House. Don't mess with her. She's evil. Claire is great. Yeah, they were saying Claire is really good. And then, of course, Oblivion's really good, they said. I never played both. Yeah. Okay. I know that game already got remastered, but the ending, though, Brent to read. I've never seen you play that game. Which one? Oh, Red Dead. It's a big game, so we never played too much of it. We played a little bit. It looks really good, but we have to have time and a little bit of peace, because for whatever reason, when I was playing that game, I did everything wrong to, you know, I guess to viewers. Certain viewers were like, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. And I'm like, man, is this a game or a chore? So, oh, the Witch's House. Yeah, that one's a good one. That one got me. We could play it again in Spooktober. Spooktober, we could play the Witch's House. I have it somewhere in the VODs. I can't remember where, but it's somewhere deep in the VODs of Twitch. When Silent Hill's good. I like Silent Hill. My computer turns off though. Power just goes off when I play that game on a certain part, which sucks. I got to a boss, and every time I'm playing that boss, the power just... What? Right? It's like, how does a game just shut off your whole computer? But it does. So I'm like bummed out that we can't play it, or at least I don't have a fix for it. I don't know. Yeah, you're good to go. It's a good one. You enjoy it. You know, just take your time with it. Explore. Watch out. Don't get scared. You'll be all right. But I liked it. I thought it was good. The graphics were good. The acting was good, but it was weird. You know, you got like sometimes people being a little too calm in an environment like that. But then sometimes I'm thinking, you know, other things. So I'm like, just gonna enjoy the weirdness, you know. But overall, it's good. I like it. I like that game. It's worth a game, a playthrough. It's haunted your computer. I know. I don't know. That sucks. It really does. I really want to play it. I don't know if it's because I'm streaming while I do it and it's just too much or what. I'm gonna see if I could beat the boss on the side and hope that if it, you know, and see if it turns it off or not. I have to play little jams with it. I'm waiting for the there's another one, right? Isn't there another Silent Hill coming out in November? If I'm not mistaken, new one's coming out. Like in November, December, something. Yeah, Silent Hill F. That's right. Yeah, no, Silent Hill F. Duke. It looks good. I got that one on layaway. I'm waiting for it. Adventures with Flo. We don't get scared around here. So it's pretty much Brave Ventures with Flo. A new Alien series? I just watched Alien Nebulous or something. Nebulous? Nebul. I forgot what it was. But I did watch one. Could have been written a little better. But it was alright. You know, the alien did good. I'm a huge Alien fan. Not scared at all. Not scared at all. Reach some brave souls. I know. I think yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? I got scared at we're playing Sea of Thieves, and Doug's like, "Oh, watch it! There's a shark behind you." I looked back, and there was a shark. Scared the shit out of me. It was like right there, you know, like mouth open. Like you turn around, and it's like not what you want to see when you turn around. Gotta be really good. Hold the boys. Yeah. Yeah, the spine crawlers aren't the best. They take forever. Boom, 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 boom. Those bastards. We need Megan Fox and Kate Beckinsale as androids. Well, Megan Fox. Yeah, she's a hottie for sure. My son can't wait for it. One day, let's. Which one? Must check. Wait, which one? This game, Alien on PlayStation 4, was great, but I died a lot, so I rage quit and uninstalled. I know. I didn't uninstall rage quit, but I died a lot. You're talking about Alien Resurrection? You're talking about the Alien Resurrection? That one got. I want to do it in VR. I could do it in VR. That's, well, I don't know if my computer might not handle it for some reason, but oh yeah. I didn't play the other one though. There's another one that's like team games. I haven't played that one. I like this one though. Alien Isolation. Alien Earth, newest trailer. Or the new one? A new Alien? Let me see. Oh, it's a game? No, it's a movie. I guess we'll watch the trailer, I guess, real quick. Bastards are gonna hit me with the
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So,
how's our girl?
She's ready.
not this one? That's it? Oh no, this is another one? There's another
You're
one?
gonna be the first person to transition from a human body to a synthetic.
Because
What?
I'm special.
That's right.
Synthetic.
You're very
They're gonna Matrix
Very.
her?
special.
What is it, like a gene or something? What is that?
We have a downed spacecraft.
I want what's on that ship.
We can do it. We're fast. We're strong. We don't break.
And you got no muscles.
It's like a zoo, but the animals got out.
This ship collected 5 different life forms from the darkest corners of the universe.
She's the robot, I think.
Monsters.
Man down. Ripley Scott? What?
Invasive species. Predatory.
If we don't lock them down, it will be too late.
Oh, don't touch it, don't look. Alien Earth. We'll see. It looks interesting. We'll have to see how it goes. What was the other one you were talking about? Easy. You should let me remote control. You're just having to find the heat issue in about 30 minutes. Yeah, if you want, Neil. What is it? Let me know when you're available. We could see what we could, figure out. Yeah. So you think it's a heat issue? You think that the heat is getting too hot and it's just saying overload? All right. Yeah. Well. Definitely, that's a good game, and I'm not sure that's the only game that shuts off the computer. I thought it was like a RAM. I'm thinking it's a RAM thing, because when information's not being collected, the computer just farts. But then usually you get a blue screen. So I think I don't get blue screen. Yeah, definitely. TV show, I think. Wait, it's a TV series. The Alien one. It's a series. Need to figure out what. Take me to the limit. Hit him right now. Doggy. Easy, Shadow. You turn on HW monitor and leave it on while you're streaming. Well, it has to do with like that game particular, right? So we'd have to do it when that game's on. Or what's your game plan? Because the problem for me is in any other game but that game. Let's see. Yeah. To me, I don't think it's just that game. I think we have to just separate that game as a specific, because nothing else does that. No other game shuts off my computer. If this one shuts off my computer, then I'd be like, okay, let's see. You know, it randomly does it or something, but it never does. So we'd have to do it when that game's on. Just let me know what you want me to do. I'll have the game running or something for a little bit, and then I'll do one where I go to that boss, and then you can, and we can look at that. Okay. It'll give you a baseline. Well, the baseline for me would be not in the boss site. If I'm not in the boss area, I would say that would be a baseline. The moment I get into the boss area, that's where the thing goes wrong. So you would get at least an idea of what works within that game compared to, I don't. Alright, we'll do it another time. We won't do it right now, but if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do it another time where I can like leave it and I can go to sleep or something. What? It's fuck, got my frozen burrito power. What, Rooks? Got that frozen burrito power? I got the last shot for you of water. Dude, that's a good, decent shot. Hydrogen. Cheers. Joke into his house. What game are you playing right now, Duke? What's your flavor right now? Did you sweat it out, Joke? Or... Cheers, Brooks. Doesn't mean you have to do it. You already had enough, probably. I need a break. Breakfast burritos are good for me. Like fries, cut up papas with eggs, and you know, your sausage. You know, oh my goodness, sausage egg burrito with potatoes and some ketchup. Boom. All right, so right here, basically, I'm putting a pylon here so that he goes somewhere else. See that? See how he goes somewhere else? And then right here, I already have a pylon here, getting ready for the gateway play. Now, for me, the trick in this situation is the probe, the second probe. I could do everything with one probe. I can go in here, make a pylon, and then go leave and make another pylon here and make gateways. The problem with that is it creates you know, thought, I guess, for my opponent. My opponent's gonna be like, is that probe somewhere around my bases? I have a hatchery right here that it's far away. Is it, you know, something up? So the Overlord will come over here and be a little more suspicious and try to scout a little bit better. But if the pylon is made by the probe that is around here and I act like I'm leaving and coming back, I want him to see the probe, because now he knows where the probe is. The probe's right there. It's not on it's not on the hatchery side. That's a good thing, right? And then I go and nibble the pool, and then I let him know, hey, if you haven't seen me yet, here I am. Don't worry about a cannon rush by your base. And then so his hatchery's coming up, my gateway's coming up. Now I come over here, I make cannons, you know, because the Overlord is not here. So since the Overlord left to go check the proxy to see if everything's alright, he left this unattended, which they don't usually expect anything to be here because it's a pylon block, it's a hatchery block. So they leave with the Overlord suspicious about anything over here, but then they don't leave, they don't always have eyes over here. And so I can make two cannons here so that when I kill this, he can't make a hatchery here and try to survive on two base right away. I'm stalling this from him taking a base conveniently for too long because everything's about time. And so the cannons are gonna keep the lings from coming to my base or coming to defend this area, but also to keep them from making a hatchery here right off the bat. Oh shit, I'm getting attacked by my third. I gotta take a hatchery at the natural as quick as possible. That's, you know, we're saying no, you can't. And he's gonna be like, ah. Yep. And so now we have two cannons protecting. Now the cannon is here because of roaches. He could go early roaches, and if he goes roaches and I have Jizz Zealots, no cannon, Jizz Zealots, he'll be able to like micro my Zealots, and eventually I'm not gonna have much I can't do anything with my Zealots. He's gonna be running and shooting, running and shooting, running and shooting. I won't be able to kill very much. He's gonna give him another roach, and he's gonna keep microing it, right? So having a cannon right here keeps the Zealot in a safe environment, safe zone, and that's gonna allow me to like nibble on the hatchery with the Zealot without the roaches being able to like fully push him off or kill him, you know? Egg, bacon, rye bread, Tabasco, salt, pepper, little cheese. Yeah, oh yeah, and the cheese too. Cheesy. Bam. So you know what I mean? So this is very important. You gotta have a cannon so that you don't get out microed on your Zealot if he's going roaches. Mind you, can't get over here. hold position while you're attacking so that the lings don't push you away. And then we recall this because we're worried about defending our base. So if anything, if there's going to be a Night Swarm or whatever, we got to have some Zealots at home. Cheese is so good, I know. Oh, you're talking about my cheese. Oh, okay. Oh, no, the burrito. Okay, they're both good. Which one's better, though? I like that company that makes rye for, like, the whole world. Let's see. Yes, sir. Today worked on my my home. You're doing a home project? Slow face after drunk. That's funny. You're crazy. You're crazy. The quality. You can taste the quality on that. So we got to get a void raid right away because we got roaches and all that. So we don't want them to be on our base breaking us. We can't afford 2 Stargates right off the bat because of how much cannons we did. So we have to do it with 1 Stargate, which is fine. But we got a macro. You got a 4-minute replay? I'll check it out after this. Tomorrow I could do replays. I was going to do it today, but my sleep was all wonky. And then bar kicked in with friends. And we got busy. And then I fell asleep because it was hot after food coma kicked in. So I'm down tomorrow to cast more games, replays. I'll do this one, but yeah, tomorrow I'll do some replays. So put on your replays in your Discord. We'll do some get cray cray. So we killed some drones, killed some, the overlords. Hopefully dropped the supply down, and then we came back to defend. The void rays pretty much control the air, the map control, and the early stage. You always gotta watch out for the Ravager Biles. And then he's going Hydras. You gotta watch out for the Hydras. The Hydras can whoop your ass. But in the early stage of Void Raids versus Hydras are not that good. You gotta remember that. So don't be scared of the Hydras early on if you're good micro, or you can micro some good with the Void Raids. But Hydras are good against Void Raids in bigger numbers. So because we're not in big numbers right now, I can micro the Hydras and then get a better advantage. But like I said, you gotta micro good. So that's what's going on right here. He thought he can get Hydras. So more Hydras kick in. He thinks I'm gonna run, but I'm really just microing my weakest, because Zerg players feel a little bit confident with their Hydras against Void Raids, so they end up thinking that they're gonna do a good job in the trade. They underestimate that they're not as good soft bellies in low numbers. So he's over there trying to kill this one, then he tries to go for this one. I pull away because the Void Rays are pretty decent speed, and he's over there chasing and getting zapped. And it sucks to lose Hydras in the early stage, because gas is very important in the early stage, especially a game like this that's just been like taking a base late and all that. So you gotta be careful with that. And for me, I have to calculate that I killed a lot of his gas, which helps. But I know that I gotta go to stage 2. He's going Hydras now, right? We show Hydra reveal. So because Hydra reveal, he's gonna go Hydras, Hydra Lurker, Vipers, you know what I mean? Or Hydra Lurker Infestor, but usually Vipers. So since we know that, we're gonna go into Robo play. He might think that I'm just a noob going more Void Raids. He goes and takes my third, and I take his lair. What a trade. Except I canceled mine. More stuff does not always kill less stuff. Exactly. Okay, we had to let go of the buildings. We killed his layer tech, right? We killed his layer tech. He's on one base. We just killed this base. So if he gets this base, he still doesn't have layer tech. So I can sacrifice one base. I could sacrifice this base because I got Colossus coming. If I didn't have Colossus or any of that stuff, yeah, maybe I might have to just do a reckless trade. But if I do, the Hydras would kill my Void Rays at this point. You know, it might not work out. It might work out, might not. Because, you know, I'll lose a lot of my workers. But because I'm getting mortals, I'll let them come to me. I have a sentry backup for a force field. He wanted to like walk up with all his army. Nope. And they got big daddies, 2 big daddies over there. And then we got disruptors. Disruptors are the next play because they're gonna ball up Hydras. So Colossus in the beginning. You don't want too many or else he's gonna make corruptors. Disruptors are good because if he makes corruptors, we got something that still counters. And then we just go in there for the good old, you know, ball slap. Disruptors are a hell of a drug. Oh, we're getting promoted. It's about time. Some good disruptor hits, yeah. I'm learning and practicing my disruptor shots. You best watch out. You thought I was gonna go Mass Oracle Disco on that one? I could have. Yeah, I could have. It's an option. We'll do it sometime. Yeah, then Archons. Yeah, Archons, Templars. That's how we do it right there. So there's on Archon follow versus Zerg. Oh yeah, balance your minerals and your gas. Archons are good for the corruptors as well, and the lings. Storms for the mass corruptors if you're getting Tempest and stuff. I need promotions like this in real. I know. That's how we do it over here, you know? Go for that next promotion right away. Let's see. Food comas are the best. That one pro said the answer to everything is Ravager. They're good. Ravagers are good. Discord? Where is it? Oh yeah, check. Remember this one?
Where am I? What was that? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just had a nightmare. Where am I? What was that?
It gets me every time. Oh man. I don't know what kind of nightmare he was having, but damn. Scary. I know. Damn. That driver played it pretty chill for something so crazy. Imagine your friend just screams like a banshee. She's freaking possessed. He sounded possessed. Sweet chillikers. Chittikers. You forgot it. Oh, I know. Imagine he didn't even know that he was asleep. He just thought he just did some random scream. He sounded so so calm about it. Oh, that was just a dream. Two gases? One gas. What in the world? Oh shit. You know what I could do? I could probably land them right here and repair them right here. Try that sometime. Let's get armory. Where are you going? What are we doing here? Oh shit. Son of a biscuit. No, don't unsiege. I was almost getting my tanks. I guess I gotta get ravens next time. GG. Yeah, gotta get my tanks more. Less cyclones, more tanks. Somewhere in the mix. I'm starting to get more tanks now, but I got supply blocked, which is the other thing I gotta work on. Supply block and tanks. Probably just chill now. See. Kinda close. Yeah. I just forget about lurkers, so once we get that worked out, we'll be a-okay. Yeah. So, and then more scans. Ran out of scans too. But yeah, that supply block hurt so bad. My tanks, I actually was trying to make the tanks like 2 minutes ahead of time, but that's how bad I was supply blocked. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. I killed Ricky. I beat his ass. You damn right I did. Chase that fool down. On the Reaper, half cliff would be diabolical. Let's see what's up with the difference in points gained, lost in this new account. Gained and lost? What do you mean difference in points? MMR, how much MMR he got and I got? Let's see. What do you mean? Like, I don't know. The ladder doesn't give you constant MMR. When you lose, you don't get the same MMR every time. It varies. Like the way the ladder works, it makes no sense. Sometimes you get 30, sometimes you get 12, sometimes you get 10. Does that really balance out some type of, you know, like fair grind, like up or down? No, sometimes you win it's 10, sometimes you lose it's 30. It's like, but I won more than I lost, but I still am lower because of the randomness that sometimes these MMR points give us. I don't really believe in the MMR other than just get better, work on what you need to work on. Hey, thanks, Shadow. You gonna burrow? I know I'm probably gonna watch some WCW, what was it, those tournaments? Let's see. Check this out right here. He's gonna throw it away. The dog's like, what? Like, what the hell? That's hilarious. He brought his bow. What kind of man? That's some good manners right there. He literally brought his bow to get the feast, and he threw it away. Oh man. Alright, Shadow, I'll catch you up. I'm gonna check out some pro games, see what they were doing, see if there's any fun ones. I didn't see game 1 or 2 of the finals. Oh, but I don't even know what was it called? StarCraft. Oh, here it goes. And then up.
That is definitely a fact. I think that we'll see it throughout the
Watch
series
the
too. You know,
first
it's
couple.
a
I
best
didn't see
of
the first
9,
two.
so as long as it's
Best
not
of 9,
totally
dang.
one-sided, we're going to see so many games that we will see these little adjustments happen from game to game.
We're now going into this game 1 here in the finals of EWC for StarCraft 2. Classic versus Serral, Protoss versus Zerg. In just a few hours,
I don't even know what the lineup is.
A new world champion.
Did Hero play?
I cannot wait to see who it's going to be. Two great storylines here. Will Serral cement his legacy as the strongest player, or will we finally have another Protoss champion, the first since SOS?
That's right. Introducing our players
Guess.
here in the
Guess
top
trick.
left in the red. He is Serral.
Nice, good haircut right there.
And his opponent down here in the bottom left in the blue. He is Classic.
Wonder if we're gonna see some variety.
Nice audience out there. So
Yeah,
glad
Big
everyone
Gabe.
could come to see this. I mean, history is
Big
definitely.
Gabe's over there chilling.
Yeah, we've had moments where Protoss have looked strong, but they have not managed to become world champions recently here. And so, you know, a lot of eyes on this match here, and I don't think you could have a world-class Protoss player with a bigger challenge here than going up against Serral, who seems to be just impeccable. There's no obvious weakness. There's no quirk in his playstyle that I feel can easily be exploited.
That's
No,
a fact.
there's not
That's
too
a fact.
much.
He's too strong in each way, but the Classic.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the way that the meta is right now, Protoss doesn't have too many options of cheese to surprise a Zerg. You know, we've already gotten so far into the years with the patches and everything, where there's really not too much surprise that you could give them. So, you know, we're probably gonna see similar playstyles throughout this match. Hopefully, we get some crazy ones, but.
Has shown that as well. You know, yeah, Serral beat him at this event, but in DreamHack Dallas, which I would say was the second most prestigious tournament of the year, everyone played in it, and it was
Nexus
a live
before
tournament. Classic
Cybernetics
did end
Core.
up beating him there, so they're kind of 1-1 on the year for big important LAN matches, but this is the one that matters.
And so to start this game off, it's going to be a fast expand here from Protoss. We're going to wait and see when the Cybernetics core finishes what kind of game we're going to have. Although I would say Classic is a little bit more predictable in this regard.
I think it's going to be Oracle.
Probably just going to go into a Stargate, get Oracles, get
What
a
up,
few
John?
adepts, and
You know
try
me
to
from
expand.
the Florencio
Classic
Files?
tends not to do anything too crazy in the early game. We'll probably have a couple of surprises. Of course, it's a best of 9. You do have to have some variance in your build orders. You generally can't just do the same thing over and over. If you could decide who was best at a StarCraft 2 game like that, we'd just be having best of 1. So
yeah.
Clearly we want to have a lot of games here back to back. But as we said earlier,
How you doing,
Stargate
John?
is going to be the starting tech.
Yeah, very, very common. We'll probably see that. Let's say we see 9 games. I would say probably 7 of them will be Stargate as the first tech building from Classic.
Yep,
But,
Stargate's
we'll
going to be
mix in
very
some
common,
others.
especially with the
One thing
Nexus
before the
overcharge
game
these
really
days.
Gets like too deep
If you're going to
into
go
it, I
for a
do wanna
macro, you got to
mention
get the Oracle.
that, like, these guys are pretty hyped up right now, especially Serral. We've had these heart rate monitors on them, and he's had the lowest heartbeat of the entire tournament, even during crazy battles. This is the highest I've actually seen him personally. So I think maybe the blood is flowing right now as they start.
Yeah, he's
this
got a
very
heart rate.
important
Yeah, they got a
match.
heart
But I
rate
expect to
set.
see him
That's
calm
cool.
down a bit.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the heart rates here as the game continues on. You know, a best of 9, even a best of 7 or a best of 5 in StarCraft 2 is a real marathon. That is a lot of games back to back, so stamina is going to be extremely important.
Yeah, I like
Now
that
we
little
need to point
detail.
out there is a void ray on the way. This
Fun
is
stuff. Yeah, I
not
got to do some more
common.
laddering
Right
so I
now,
can
you
give some
almost
more Florencio
always
files
see
to Pig.
A couple of oracles
I'm
made
still
right away,
putting
but
out more
Classic
Florencio files.
Historically, has liked the void ray mixed in more than any other player in the world. He loves to make a single void ray from time to time, but he hasn't really been doing it in this tournament.
I mean,
So
the
to
void
bring it
raids
back
aren't
right now
that
against Serral
great.
Is very interesting indeed.
They're good
You have to
if you're
imagine
taking a third.
that, Classic
but
has a couple pocketed builds.
look at that.
A couple of aces
That's
up
pretty
his
cool.
sleeve that he wanted to bring out for when he finally got here to the last match and versus basically the final boss, who is Serral. When you get the Void Ray, it's an extremely safe opening. You basically can't die to any rushes. It's then used later on to clear the overlords on the map. But if you look at the minimap, there are no overlords anywhere.
Yeah, there was one, I think, that he got already, and then nothing else with the Void Ray. He is kind of scanning for it at the moment. Like, the Void Ray is moving up the side of the map, and we'll see if he can get anything else. Occasionally, you'll bring it in and, like, poke a queen or force the
going two oracles
around. And bringing up the Oracle at the same time, you never know. He might be able to get Cyril to make a little mistake and get a bit of
Void Raid
damage.
Oracle.
Okay, he's going to come up here and try to target down the queen. The Spore Crawler is hidden underneath, and oh, hold on, a little bit of a misstep here. He does get the kill, trading about half the health here on the Void Ray. The Oracle is going to escape as well. A nice little snipe early on. Definitely going to mess up the rhythm of Zerg early on. It's important to note that, you know, the Zerg early on, it's a very mechanical race. You really have to hit all of your larva injects and get your creep spread. So taking out a queen early on does hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, you can't really deny that. So a nice little pick off, and he does keep the Void Ray alive.
Oh!
Stargate Oracle.
Oracle, baby.
This is crazy.
Okay. So I think he's going to dive into the main with this.
You might be right about that,
So
you get about 6 of them. If you get 6 of them, you can go in there and whoop ass.
From Cyril's perspective, this looks like every other game that Classic's ever played. However, what Classic's about to do, we have not seen before here.
You need 6.
It's certainly not this week. It's been a long time since we've seen a 2 Stargate Oracle opener. This is going to catch him off guard. Whether it does a lot of damage or not, that's another question. So here we go. The Void Ray comes up. He brings 4 Oracles jumping on top of these queens. He's going to pop one right away. 4 more queens starting to come up. He's going to go ahead and attack that Spore, but actually decides to turn around.
Oh, losing an Oracle.
Seems like so far he's
Not
lost
as,
one
yeah, see, that's why you
Oracle.
need 6 Oracles.
Hasn't really killed that much. He kind
you got to go in there and kill that Spore and then just kill all the drones around it. You don't dance.
That was a great defense from Cyril.
Yeah,
I would say that was a poor.
It almost seemed like.
I wouldn't say that was a good defense from Cyril. I think that was a poor execution from Classic. You get enough drone oracles to go inside, kill the Spore, hold position, kill all the drones that are running right there. You don't need to run around and kill a queen. You're only dealing with 1 Spore. Oracles kill the Spores really quick, and yeah. So that dancing around for 1 Oracle and then using up the energy of the that's not how you would want to use the Oracles in this situation. It's gonna not be so good on because now Cyril knows, and then the damage wasn't enough.
Classic wasn't sure what to do with the Void Ray. He kind of attacked the Spore, and then he pulled off of that. And, well, he's got to be careful not to lose too many of these. The problem is you can always sort of get some value with an Oracle. Trying to get value with a bunch of Oracles, like 3 is also kind of a funny number, right?
It is.
I'm not sure what he can do with that. So I would say this is actually not terrible for Cyril. Cyril's going to come in here. He already knows it's 2 Stargates just because of the number of Oracles, but he's going to have an idea of exactly where the rest of the game is pacing-wise. Now, in StarCraft 2, you can't make anything without not making something else, right? Your resources can only go to 1 thing at a time. So investing in 2 Stargates in a game like this and not doing a crazy amount of damage means that everything else comes out a lot later on.
It certainly does. Blink is only about halfway done, and Cyril made a Spire, so he's actually going to go for Mutalisks. Another thing we really don't see very much right now in the metagame. So this is a little bit tricky, a little bit surprising. But the thing is, you have 2 Stargates. You could make Phoenixes to counter these, but they're going to show up as a surprise,
Get that
just like the
Overseer.
Oracles did.
It's almost counterintuitive, but I think it's a perfect
Cyril over there
response
just
here to this. Now, he sees the Mutas. You only need to see 1 or 2 to know that there's a lot more coming.
Yeah.
Now, the Mutas can not quite reach these Oracles.
Oh, he
but
needs to get Phoenixes 2 at a
2
time.
Phoenixes are being made at a time. We have Stalkers warping in here in the main.
It's going to be a weird one. Phoenix
the question
Oracle,
is, how much damage can these
Phoenix
Mutalisks
Void
do
Raid.
before the Protoss has the counter and could drive them back out?
I don't know that they're going to do that much, honestly. Already some Phoenixes coming out. Oh, he does have these High Templars. Maybe he can pick those off. He tries to snipe some nice micro there, trying to keep these alive. Might want to form an Archon. You definitely don't want to lose them.
Oh,
he wants the Psystorms. He allows.
He's going to take out those Mutas, though.
But will force back these Mutalisks. So I would say,
force them, kill them.
Honestly, on both sides, they played.
By the way, not being made. But then this big timing attack here from the ground comes in. So Cyril, while he's maxed out, is hoping to smash Classic in this moment and push us into game 2.
This is a lot of units incoming. He does have some Psystorms, but against this many Roaches, it can be a little bit tricky. Okay, 3 Psystorms going down so far. He does have a few more in here as well. Those Stalkers have Blink at this point, so they do blink backwards to avoid some of these corrosive biles.
He's going to come in right now. The Oracle's dealing a decent amount of damage. The Phoenix is not able to do that much, driving
It's
these
okay,
Overlords away a
they're
little
keeping
bit.
the Queens back.
Numbers are not quite here to where the Queens can be that handy here. The Stalker arc is pretty nice, blinking back. A beautiful storm there on the Roaches and the Ravagers.
Oh man, he's
That's
still
a lot
pushing
of
forward
roaches.
though. The Queen's marching forward. Some more Ravagers coming in right now. The shield battery plus cannons trying to help out with these Stalkers. Oracles come back in. A couple
Oracles can't do
from
the
those
stasis
Phoenixes
stasis
as well.
wards would have been
Cyril
good.
has so many units here.
Some stasis wards for the Oracles because they can't do too much because of the Queens.
Cyril has a lot. Most of it is being produced back and going to rally up here. It's important that Classic hangs on as long as he can, continues to try to warp in. There's not a lot of surface area to really retreat to. The corrosive vials hit both the Stalkers and the probes. I don't think this third base can last, Artosis.
Not even the workers are going to live.
It does not look that way. In fact, it's looking like Cyril might take map number 1 here against Classic. He goes ahead
Stasis
and recalls
wards
out
would have been
what
good.
he can. He's going to give up this base, but can you actually hold on?
That's the big question. The problem is one Nexus falls, and I don't think
That's
there's
a lot
very
of
much to
roaches.
defend at the natural. Note that there's a couple cannons at the third base. The Cybernetics core, a lot of times you take that out, and that can kind of cost you the game because then you're only making Zealots. And so for this time being, I mean, if Classic can't hold this off in the next minute or two, he's going to lose this game.
Well, he's warping in Stalkers. He's trying to utilize his wall as a helpful
Oh, that
defense,
bait,
but
yeah,
it's not
he's
enough.
in there.
GG. Cyril going to take a very dynamic game number 1.
Interesting how it started. We had an opening that looked to be pretty conservative, and Classic turned it on its head with perhaps that from him again in this series. I think it was a smart move to try something like that initially because he's not really giving Cyril any exposure to his standard style of play.
Yeah.
Instead, he's trying to throw a curveball, a sucker punch to hiccup Cyril in a moment where then Classic can explode with growth. It backfires, but now we go into game number 2. In the bottom right, in the red, he is Cyril. And his opponent here in the top left, in the blue, he is Classic.
Right. Very excited to see, are we going to have any other wild strategies coming out? The double Stargate Oracle after a Void Ray was super, super neat. The Mutalisks, we just really don't see too many Mutas. You know, I think I remember one game this week that we saw Mutas fielded against Protoss in that kind of early portion of the game.
It's easy to forget they're even in the matchup.
Yeah, really.
You only watch PVZs, you don't see them very often.
But very cool to see these guys kind of thinking outside of the box. You know, that's
That last game was good with the Oracles.
It's not just about micro and
that
macro
Oracle
and
play
just gonna click
didn't
clicker. You know,
execute
there's a lot of
properly.
these
It would
very
have done more
interesting
damage if
strategic
he
choices,
did a
which
good
the
job.
best
He
players
would
in the world with the biggest prize on the line
was a good try.
will make at the drop of a hat.
This game actually should probably be a little bit more standard. I know we've been talking a lot about how Classic approaches this. Cyril will every once in a while do really crazy moves. I do think that the timing attack from Cyril in game 1 was really more prompted by shutting down the double Stargate.
I think so.
Although we very well could see him do something similar to that depending on how the rest of these games go as well.
Well, it was a big investment from Classic. It cost a lot of money to make that second Stargate. You know, the Void Ray popping that out, and then 4 Oracles, and you don't really kill very much with it. Just makes sense as Cyril to do a little bit of a counterattack at that point. So very well done by him. Right now we can kind of see their first-person point of views. Both players just playing pretty standard openers so far. Cyril doing a little bit of scouting there, sending out a couple lings as well.
And this is the moment of the game that players are just laying out each of the building blocks to start to get into this, the techs and the strategies ultimately that they want to try to execute here. Now PVZ, you know, a few years ago, it had become a very explosive matchup where Protoss had to be really in the Zerg's face, aggressive, shutting them down, surprising them with different types of techs, and usually closing the game before the Zerg got out of control. And now that Classic is the leader in Protoss thought, it's taken a very interesting turn. The matchup, especially the early parts of it, slows down quite a bit. The Protoss, especially with Classic, more so than any other player in the world, is very withdrawn, staying back, powering up, and then slowly moving into Stargate tech. We see Tempest come in here. We see carriers at times used. we have the Mothership come into play. And it does feel like once you have that paired with Archons and Templars underneath it, suddenly you have this wrecking ball that can maneuver through the map, destroying various Zerg bases. And the Zerg also has a hard time counterattacking. Templars are handy in defending, but also the recall can be utilized as well.
Yeah, and you know, he's been very successful with that, but that being said,
Adepts,
he is
couple
once
adepts.
again deviating
Blades.
from that path. He knows that he's known for that. So here, he's actually gone for his Stargate and his Twilight around the same time, which is not a common play that you're going to see. So he's going to have the Oracle out quickly, but he's also going to have one of the quicker glaive upgrades for his Adepts that you are ever likely to see. Really an interesting way to try to play this.
4 minute
The Overlord is going to come in and scout that Twilight right away. What a scout by Cyril.
Yeah, and you can see Classic watching the Overlord come in here. Adept Glaives is, you know, as old as Legacy of the Void, the expansion pack. So this is going to be tricky, and I see him making a Stalker now.
The Oracle is at the other side, so the lanes now are coming.
We have, I think it's 16 or more Zerglings coming up here to this Nexus.
That is not going to hold.
Denied. So this is a catastrophic start here for Classic.
This is...
Yeah, you waited for that Oracle to come over and do damage so that the lanes don't get pushed away.
To have to cancel that out, have everything get scouted. Oh man, he actually canceled the Glaives and went into Blink.
Oh.
That doesn't look good either. What do you think about
got
that?
a lot of
Canceling
lanes.
Glaives here?
Well, I think so. You get spotted, right? And the Nexus has been denied, so he has to basically make a hard fork in the build.
Oh,
the
another
Nexus is going to be denied a second time. I mean, the critical failures in Game 2 are stacking up. Now, Blink doesn't allow you to, you know, move out on the map and do a whole bunch of damage right away. So he's basically moving his tech around. He's going to hopefully force a Zerg to defend against Adept Glaives that are, in fact, not coming. Although it doesn't seem to me like Cyril has been phased by this at all.
He doesn't think Glaives are anywhere. He has figured everything out and read through the tricks that Classic's trying to set up. It looks to me the way that Classic is playing, like how he's getting his Templar Archives right now in third base. He's just kind of sitting back, a shield battery on the way, all these good things. I think he's just going to play very defensively from here and see if he can get into a longer game. And I don't blame him, because like you tried to do an early Glaives attack and then you had to cancel. Well, you're never going to have an attack timing now. It's just not going to happen against Cyril, of all people, the best defending optimizer that there is. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
However, you know, the reality is that Classic is the best defensive player in the world. I've seen him beat world-class Zergs being sort of behind, having some of the roughest mid-games ever. So he's going to go for Storm. He's going to stay back. Cyril has some choices. He can try to get much further ahead, or he can try to lay this up into a big timing attack, assuming that Classic is tripped up enough in his build, has been hiccuped enough in his progress. Maybe he can shut him down that way.
Maybe. A lot of gateways on the way here. Psystorm is almost done. Roach Ravager in production for Cyril. Infestation Pit coming up as well. So you can see, it's like, yeah, he's making a few units. He's making sure he has enough units that he can't really be attacked. But he's also continuing his tech and building his economy. Cyril is headed up because he knows how good defensively Classic is. He's kind of continuing his tech, his economy building, and getting himself ready for the next stage of the game.
That's
like
right.
game one, he got that Storm, except this is without getting the Oracles and stuff. So
all the parts of the tech tree. So
Templars are better now because Disruptors are not that good these days.
It's going to be a quiet
So you have to do Storm more.
Here. The Overseer is going to glide through and see if there is any kind of surprise tech for the time being. But this is a moment in RTS games that we would refer to as powering. Both sides are trying to get as much tech, as many expansions and workers, and as much of an army as they can, that they can start to make their moves later on in the game.
And with that, as you're saying it, Classic takes his additional base. That fourth base going up. Cyril just with a little poke, still scouting, like you said, just kind of checking.
Yeah, Classic is just trying to like
that. Yeah, just slows down
pace
the
macro.
Just doing every little thing in his power to slow
force Cyril
down
to him,
Classic
not
here.
the other way around.
Lurker Den on the way as well. Cyril is really, really excellent at moving
So if
around
Classic's
lurkers,
greedy, then Cyril has to
both
punish
for
him. So
defense
that's what
and to attack.
Classic's trying to do, is have him come to
So for now, we're going to go to that Lurker
his
Den.
base.
Lurkers, by the way, extremely popular. Pretty much, you know, the most common thing you see in the end game here in ZVP. They're great for defending, but they're also great if you can out-position the Protoss. They're incredible for pushing.
They really are. It's so hard for ground units to actually engage upon them.
Yeah.
Like, whenever you see lurkers coming out, you have to go into Tempests or Carriers after a little bit. Like, you might be able to outmaneuver them for a bit or have
What up,
some
dope?
Immortals
Switch
to
to
try
the
to
phone?
break through smaller numbers. But
You
when
chilling?
Cyril starts
Hope you
popping
feel
them
better,
out
man.
all around the map, whether that's
If
through
you have some
Nidus or
orange
just
juice,
Creep
fresh
Shred
squeeze.
helping him to run around, you're not going to be able to hit it any other way than with air units. And we
Always
see the
hits the
fleet
spot.
beacon on the way for said air units.
Cyril is maxed out, or about to be maxed out, and he's gone for Hydra Lurker Hydra Ling with Lurker Tech. There's a possibility he tries to flatten the 4th base coming up here.
Yeah, not a bad idea. If he can kill the 4th base, the game will become a lot easier for him. Protoss really needs 4 bases. Protoss on 4 base can make basically everything they want for a really long time, a really cost-efficient army, but when they lose that, they really become inhibited.
Okay,
Oh, he got trapped.
Around coming in here, and it
The
looks like
Hydras
the
get
Stalkers
stormed.
aren't quite back to the safety of the cannons
Nice.
in an unusual maneuver. Classic
Right.
links to the other side,
Get
causing
those soft
Cyril
bellies.
to try to chase him. However, he's separated. It looks like this maneuver is actually going to work. He loops back around, goes back to his defensive. I didn't expect that interaction to look quite like that. Back at home for Protoss, we have the Tempest teching. The Mothership is on the way here as well. And it does look like Classic is not going to be thwarted here on this 4th base.
No, not as of yet. He did lose some High Templars, so that is a little bit painful, but now with those additional Tempests out, it's going to be a lot easier to push back this army. But of course, Cyril is preparing for the next stage of this game. He has Adrenal on the way for those Zerglings,
Let's
so he
pick up
can
and
start
go.
hitting multiple locations. And of course, the Spire coming up, so he can get some Corruptors, get the upgrades going, and possibly later on some Broodlords.
We've got a small
Couple
drop
drones got
here.
killed.
This is just to keep Cyril occupied. A big attack here on the right. He sets off the trap. The Lurkers burrow. There's no units other than the Zealots that are warping in. That can't help hold this fight off. Instead, they're going to get fished in and wiped out immediately.
One Lurker
we need
goes
to see
down, though.
Classic come over here. Here come those Tempests now. It's important he keeps this
Gotta have
Nexus
the
alive,
Tempest
by
for
the
the
way. If the
Lurkers.
Nexus is sniped, that's going to be huge.
We need an Oracle
The
for the
Stalkers will
Revelation.
come up, and it looks like Cyril's not going to go much further into this. Now, just to go big picture for a second here, this map, top and bottom, it's very easy to see which player gets what, right? However, through the middle, all the expansions are contestable on either side. So as we go into a late game, this is going to be a very fascinating positional game to watch.
Yeah, you know, they definitely are defendable, but they're so far out there that it's something you don't want your opponent to take. Like, if they take them, you kind of have to go attack. And you can see Cyril's taking one right now. Classic kind of chases him all the way back to there. He sees that hatchery's on the way, and I think he'll follow up with another attack after he refills his army a little bit.
We've got the War Prison moving around again. Cyril has a little bit of pressure on Classic. Classic's still trying to build up. He's not maxed out yet. You can see Cyril's in the phase where he's already getting a huge amount of income here banked up. And I don't see anything defending this expansion.
No, we need,
I mean, the Tempest can fire on the
Revelations.
Lurkers, but that doesn't mean these probes are going to survive. In fact, 24 probes are wiped out as this Nexus is going to be killed.
Yeah, there's also a Nidus that's going up in the main base. Not sure if that's anything going to happen with that, but he will end up clearing out this Nexus. But
Oh, no, not the Templars.
A few Lurkers here at least.
No,
but
he lost all three.
Definitely a good move for Cyril. During this time,
Damn.
he's gotten his 6th base up.
Cyril's.
Oh, man, over here with more Lurkers at that 3rd base, just hurting the economy of Classic. Now, Classic is so good with this type of army that he can probably still stay in this game and hang and try to make it a real game, but Cyril is very far ahead right now.
Yeah, I thought Classic was viable for a little while, and then the last minute happened. And so he lost the 4th base, the 3rd base lost.
Another Nidus
It's
Worm, and
48
a hit to
probes
the
83
4th.
drones.
You don't even have a
Cyril
4th
is
anymore.
Already on, what, 4, 5, 6 bases for the time being, and is probably going to have access to more for a little bit. And because Classic is in such a defensive posture, he can't do anything to punish that new base in the middle of the map that Cyril has.
Look at this. The
Nidus
lanes
Worm's
coming
kicking
up,
in.
that Adrenal upgrade really paying off now. Very, very tough position. You know, right now, Classic is rotating back and forth. He's trying to clear things. It's funny, Niduses are going up that nothing's coming out of. Cyril is just taxing the multitasking here of Classic. And honestly, he doesn't even have enough units, even if he has the multitasking to clear it.
It does seem like things are really starting to fall
Hey, you got
apart
that
here,
one to try to get through
for
if he could
Classic.
try to
I
get
mean,
in there.
He's surviving this, but that's not the objective to win in this match. He has to figure out how to stop the Zerg, and so Zerg is growing while Classic is having to juggle all these tasks back at home,
damn.
putting out fires,
The heart
stopping
rate.
counterattacks, and it's just getting worse
117.
and worse.
Still a calmer
Some
heart
Truckers
rate.
coming up, and
for
they
all the
will go
Vipers.
after this mothership. Should be an easy kill there. Not a lot of anti-air here, just some
that's
storms
it.
and whatnot. GG, and Cyril goes up 2-0.
It's over.
Now, that sounds really daunting, and it is in a way, but I do want to bring attention to the fact that both of these games were Classic opening up with something kind of cheesy, kind of aggressive, something that's not normally done. You know, that quick Glaves got scouted, and that's really where things started to go wrong. Like, his entire opener was messed up, and it became very hard for Classic to do anything. His third base got canceled a lot. So Cyril did a fantastic job, but I don't think the whole series is going to look like this.
Damn.
No, I think Classic still has a decent shot, but frankly, that was 2 brutal games in a row. I mean, we never really got to get to the game that Classic is known for dominating in because late game never arrived. Cyril was able to kill the game, kill the plan in its crib, so to speak, before it ever was able to hatch. And so here we are, Cyril, not quite halfway, but close to halfway through finishing out this best of 9.
Yeah. 2
Best
fifths.
of 9,
even.
damn.
You know, obviously leading 2-0 right now, that has to feel absolutely fantastic for Cyril. He only needs to win 3 more games to be a 3-time world champion. Classic, I'm going to be honest, it's time for him to stop trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah.
It's time for him to play his standard defensive macro game. See if you can beat Cyril in that.
That sucks that he has to do the standard. You know, like it all has to do with standard. You can't get cheesy enough in the game to have that as an opportunity to try to go for. You know, it's like nope, you gotta just play repetitive. That one build standard. Yeah,
Longer game,
not my
regain some
favorite
of that
thing.
confidence.
I know I'm gonna see Oracle
Right, he
and
came in
Void.
here with a
You
lot
know,
of
Oracle
tricks, a lot of,
Stargate third
deceptive
at 4
openings,
minutes.
and they basically blew up in his face. So we haven't seen him.
Templar,
bring
Stalker,
that,
same thing,
superstar,
just a little bit more
macro
refined.
defensive play that brings us to late game. Because yeah, he's tried to throw some curveballs in here that basically backfired. We'll see if he can pull it off, or if he even decides to do it this time around. Introducing our players down here in the bottom
What you
left in the
doing?
red. He
Collecting
is
notes?
Cyril.
Very hungry.
And his opponent in the top right, in the blue, he is Classic.
All right. I'm excited to see what Classic has for us this game. Is he just going to do like a standard couple Oracle into a third base, into Blinken +1, Psy Storm fourth base type of game?
Right.
We've seen him be so successful with this year.
I
Or
mean,
does he have another trick up
just
his
because it's
sleeve?
successful doesn't
I'm
mean it
getting
should be
nervous, 'cause
the
if you go down 0-3, that doesn't
go-to.
feel like something that's going to be very easy to recover out of.
You know, it's funny, when I came into this, I really didn't think that we would see 2 games in a row at the start of the best of 9 with Classic absolutely deviating from what he is most known for. But here we are. Now, my head's going to explode if he does it in game 3. The problem, though, now is that if he plays a normal game, it's very predictable. The good news is if he plays a defensive
Flash.
macro game, that's kind of classic StarCraft, right? That's you have to be able to do that in order to be worth anything as a competitive player. But that does worry me because Cyril is probably the only player that can go toe-to-toe in that late game macro. So if Classic's going to come back and start to win this best of 9, I think it really needs to start with this game 3.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you. You know, 3-0 is pretty bad. 2-1, well, it was always going to be 2-1 at some point.
Right.
So hopefully Classic cleans up some of these early game shenanigans.
it was eventually going to be 2-1 at some point.
I think he will. Like, I would be really surprised. I was already very surprised when he went for the
Assuming
very fast
Sarah
play. It
would
was
be
like
the
first
2.
game, double Oracle. I'm like, okay, I can respect kind of trying to pull off a quick win in game number 1. That kind of makes sense to me in a best of 9. But when you try it twice and an Overlord simply floats in and ruins your plans, Yeah. That's no good.
You know, it's important. I'm glad you brought that up, Artosis, because it's not even like he tried the Adept Glaives and it didn't work.
He hit the Adept Glaives a bit.
So clearly, Cyril knew a scouting path that Classic wasn't prepared for. And it's not very often in a World Finals the Overlord Scout shuts down the build.
No, not too often.
No, especially not when it's in the main base.
Yeah.
So, you know, Classic basically got caught doing something very unusual and then ditched it for a pretty uncomfortable mid-game where he lost his Nexus twice. And so it was just a bad set of openings here for Classic. So we're really watching here in Game 3. Does he play normal? By the way, Oracle here, this looks pretty standard for Classic for what we've seen for most of this EWC. Can he get that third base up? And if he does, what exactly does the Classic versus Cyril match look like now?
This all looks so complete.
He's hiding the lane.
He's getting, you know, this second gateway. Okay, Twilight coming up.
There it is.
Probe comes out. Are we going
Put
to
it just in the right range to see where it's at.
The
Yeah,
Zergling is
look
waiting
at
for that. It really
perfect
wants
spot.
to see, okay, are you going to go for this very fast third base that is so standard?
Yep, he is. 4 minutes.
And there's the
Cyril
misses.
knows. Last time the Oracle
Nexus
moved out and
starting
the
over
Lynx
here,
came in.
and
I guess
this
Cyril's
is
not doing
the
it this
game that
time.
Classic is known for playing. The macro Protoss play. The Oracle right now is just orbiting outside the Zerg's base, looking for any surprises, any kind of timing
Oracle
attacks,
play.
which I don't think Cyril's going to go for. So we've got more gateways coming here, and we're going to begin to see the Protoss tech build up, as we will see Cyril's tech build up as well for Zerg.
Yeah, so already adding some additional gateways and getting a very quick Glaives. Do note that there is no Forge as of yet, so he is playing like kind of aggressive. This is a little bit in between his normal play and what we saw in the previous game. It's a pretty fast Twilight with pretty fast Glaives, but not as crazy as the game before.
The Overlord gets in the main here. Question is he going to spot this?
Yeah, I wonder, like, okay, he's trying to, the Stalker going to block it perhaps?
Well, it depends on where it arcs out to. He kills it. Now, there was never anything up here.
All right, well, that's not even where the Twilight was.
I didn't realize. Okay, so it's actually up there.
The greatest suspense possible.
Yeah, nice commentary by us here. So the Glaives are going to be halfway done. And yeah, you're right, Artosis.
Can't break
This
that
is
rock
kind of
down.
an in-between build.
Keep those Adepts having to go around.
It's not too aggressive. It's not too conservative.
Normally when we talk about a build like this, we call it like something that's an off timing. It's like it's too late to be like an early cheese, and it's too, you know, it's like too early to be like a complete macro play. So here he comes. 9 Adepts coming in, a couple Oracles as well. There's definitely some potential with this.
Oh, he can't
Love
get
the block here. And he actually lets them finish, so he's going to kill the Evo block. He's going to run into the main now. He's diving on top of these drones. He's going to get at least a few kills here before they get in the main. We don't often see Protosses commit into this, but that's exactly what Classic's going to do. He's got 9 drone kills so far. We can see the drones rotating now back up into the main, and he's going to juke back in with the shades. He's going to get even more.
Really nice here from Classic, doing some very good damage with these Adepts. So far, 11 drones fall. Cyril kind of pulling them down, trying to dodge as much as he possibly can. More Adepts came in from his side of the map as well. You can see in the picture. He's harassing the third base. He's harassing the natural right now. 17 drones, 18 drones going down.
This is an unheard of amount of worker kills, especially versus the likes of Cyril. We're already at 20 right now. And this is going to be so painful. It's a 3-base Zerg versus a 3-base Protoss.
Really looking fantastic for Classic. Back at home, another Oracle on the way, Blink on the way, the Templar Archives coming up. So Classic is kind of filling in what he needs to make sure that this doesn't go wrong. I love it. He's going to knock down some of these rocks to make it harder for a counterattack, because once you do that type of damage, Cyril must counterattack.
So the counterattack is going to be everything right now for Cyril. The question is going to be, did Classic overextend, or does he have enough to defend? He's been the master of defense in positions like this. We have nothing but more Zerglings being made. The Roaches.
He's going to juice up again.
Right now. Will he go to the third base, or will he perhaps go to the natural? 2 Adepts coming to the main to try to kill off even more workers.
Oh, he's dealing so much damage to him. Now, a stasis ward there. Actually,
nice
that
force
is a
field.
great wall for the Roaches as well. Very well placed. More stasis wards going to be coming down. The Roaches, Raptors, and Queens trying to push up this ramp right now. Another couple stasis wards do get planted, which are making a wall. Like, this wall is actually impeding the attack as well as freezing the units.
He's going to continue to try to back up. Now the Lings are going to push in. The Stalkers can continue to leapfrog away with their blink ability here.
Too premature,
the
but
now in the front. If he can pick these off here with a few oracles, it's going to be huge. It does feel like Cyril's a little bit overextended right now.
I think you might be right about that. He's killing some Stalkers, but the focus fire of the oracles, the focus fire of the Stalkers, and the healing of the shield batteries is doing magnificent
Oh,
work
here it is.
Pushing forward, and GG Classic gets his name
Who
on
are the
board.
Adepts?
And you know what's so funny about this?
Cero.
Again, it's not the game we're used to Classic seeing. He basically did a really sharp timing.
Eli allowed to the Adept.
Right, by the way, the double Evo block.
But
Classic just said,
not,
no, I'm going to go all the way in here. And then the damage just snowballed. And really all Cyril did was try to all in from here. And I think that's probably
You know what's
the
funny
best
is that
move to try.
last game, Cyril spotted the Adept play. And then Classic canceled the Adept, switched over to Stalkers. This game, he did last game's build again. Assuming that Cyril's not going to assume that he was going to do it again, right, back to back. So Cyril's like, yeah, bastard. He did it twice. Are we switching to Prey? We'll see. I might have to eat first. I might have to take a quick little break after this, eat something, and then I could probably play for a few hours. But I was over here trying to see what. I'm like, what can I eat? I was looking at Uber Eats, but that shit's expensive. So every time it motivates me to cook something. Shit's expensive. I was like, how you guys? I remember when a meal was like $6.
To play from
Not too long
against
ago.
one of the best macro conservative Protoss players in the world. But when he did that counterattack, Classic was prepared and he shut it down.
I tell you, it was a good build order choice here from Classic. One of these off timings, timing that you normally don't see. It's not hyper optimized to try to hit early, and it's not hyper macro to try to have maximum amounts of units. It's in between.
We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the 2025 EWC
Let's go.
StarCraft 2
Break
Finals.
time. Oh, look at that. That's cool. This is where it's at. Well, where is it at anyways? That's awesome. It must be hot as hell over there. What is it, Dubai? Where is this at? Everybody's got that, like, the cloth to keep cool, because freaking hot as hell. It's probably 90 degrees over there, 100, maybe 110. You never know. Looks like Dubai? What's that? I don't want to see the parking lot. What the hell? Show us the inside. Yeah, you guys get the parking lot. You get to see buses and cars.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We
thank
continue
you.
on with the 2025 EWC StarCraft 2 Finals between Cyril and Classic. Currently, Cyril up with a 2-1 lead.
Wow, it has been a very different series than
no
what
horror.
we were
Okay.
expecting coming
Yeah,
in.
give me
So
about
far,
an hour
Classic just
after
kind
I
of
take a
keeping
break.
on the aggression,
I gotta eat
altering his
something, and then
timings,
we'll
making
do a
it
few
very
hours
hard
of
for Cyril to
Prey.
predict or
I don't know
even
how
to
far we are with
scout
Prey.
what he's doing. But Cyril does lead 2-1.
It's been
I'm gonna stop
interesting.
guessing what Classic's up to because I think that's what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he's played a completely different set of builds. You can see each one was designed to look so different, or basically function so different from what his
I know, me
reputation
too.
has been
Love
built on.
horror.
Truly somebody who's come in here prepared to take on the best Zerg of all time here in what has been probably going to be a very, very long series. Introducing our players here in the bottom right in the red, he is Cyril. And his opponent up here in the top left in the blue, he is Classic.
All right, gateway goes down, and he will go ahead and scout. Cyril, of course, bringing down his drone, throwing down that hatchery. Nothing too weird here to start out, at least.
Every game that we've had so far has been Classic looking like it's going to be a normal macro game, and then the hard fork comes in.
Yes.
And he deviates from that. A very unusual
Dead
timing
Space is
there
really
from
good.
Cyril, that was, sorry, from Classic.
That's a
in
really
that
good
last game.
horror.
That's one that's not intended to kill the Zerg.
From there,
but
it's
to
probably
snowball
like
the depth
Resident Evil
of the
games are
drones
really
so
good.
much that they're really not viable. They can't compete with a 3-base Protoss, and that's why we saw Cyril do that counter all-in. Both of the all-ins that we've seen in this best of 9
Can't
so
wait for
far,
the
I
new
think, have
Resident
been
Evil that's coming out.
basically prompted by the moves that Classic went for.
It kind of
Yeah, Nexus before Cybernetics Core.
makes sense.
Got to
when you
scout
think
out to see
about
it's not pull
the
first.
races in general, right? Like you look at Terran and Zerg, and they're kind of tiered as far as their tech goes. With Protoss, you know, once that Cybernetics Core finishes, you have 3 distinct choices of tech trees that you can go down. So a lot of Protoss's power can be in switching it up a little bit, you know, deciding to go
Play the
down
Dead
a
Space
different
remix?
road
Yeah,
than what your
we'll play it
opponent might
again during
expect and try to get
Spooktober.
some damage with that.
In Spooktober, we could play it
With that
again.
being said,
Some
I'm
Resident
looking at
Evil,
it, I'm
some
thinking,
Dead Space.
is there any
some,
chance to see
yeah.
the third route that we really don't see anymore? Do you think Classic might
I
have
have
a
the remake
robotics
of
build
Resident Evil
planned
5
for
as
tonight
well.
as well?
Or
I was
4?
thinking about that, actually.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
4.
we're in some ways a little bit deterministic in the matchup with Classic that he will go for Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate again, but just to finish the thought.
Yeah,
I
so
think
in
a
September
Robo
we'll start
build
doing
would
horror,
not be a
like
bad
actual
move here. I mean,
horror,
you've got
you
so
know,
many games.
Spooktober.
Best of 9 in the history of StarCraft, and the best of 9, by the way, fairly new, introduced by EWC. That's a lot of games, man.
That's a lot of
you
games.
got to have a lot of different strategies, and you have to know how to maneuver from game to game. Sometimes you can do a strategy in a game earlier in the series that can make it look like you're doing the same thing again later on, and instead layer in a different build from there. I mean, the mind games are going to be crazy here, so I would not be shocked if we do have that Robo build later on.
Well, he did actually send the Overlord in, and we'll see the Stargate. A Stalker started for a moment, but then Classic thought better of it and went back to Adept production. So normally when you see something like that, it's like, okay, I guess he's not going to be trying to hide anything. He's just going to let that Overlord do its scouting, and he's going to try to keep his build order online, right? Like, keep it going how he wants. A few Adepts out on the map, maybe trying to harass some drones, and of course the Oracle for some harassment and scouting as well.
Checking a third.
So
Is it
we're
going to be a
have
third?
The second gateway coming down now.
And
as
the
well.
the Nexus at 4 minutes.
Sent out here to the third base. Oh, I thought it was going to go back.
Maybe
for
a little
second. That's
sooner?
not what it's supposed to do.
We'll see.
He's going to throw the pylon down, wedge the Adept in between the mineral
Yep,
patch to keep
pylon.
it safe as far as Zergling's attacking it with the surface area like you see here, and expand. And again, it looks like Classic and every other PvZ that we've seen. Normally, it is a macro game. We were talking about how we're going to try to not predict that anymore because he's deviated 3 games in a row from doing that, probably because he's hoping that Cyril is really more ready to anticipate macro game after macro game and play against that.
Yeah, he's
So,
anticipating
we're
the
gonna sit back and
standard
wait and see
meta.
what tech exactly Classic is going to go for.
So far, it's exactly the same build as we saw in the previous game. This
Yeah,
is that kind
same
of
build.
off timing of
He's like, I'm gonna
Adepts.
do it again.
Now, on Cyril's side, you can see once again he is going for the melee attack upgrade, and that tells us that he's going to focus primarily on
Up his heart
Zerglings,
rate?
which is what the Adepts can counter. Really, you want roaches or possibly a Baneling nest, which he
It
just
lowered after
put
his
down.
first
And it
loss?
looks like he just... Oh, no, he's actually...
Maybe because he was so worried about losing, and now that he lost one game, it's the pressure's not there anymore to not lose, you know?
And the Overlord is going to see exactly what kind of game this is. Now, in Game 2, when Classic was scouted, he abandoned
I'm sure there's
the
a lot of
tech
pressure
and
in
tried
that
to do,
first.
a
Try not
pretty
to lose
uncomfortable
once.
transition into Stalkers with Blink, and frankly, it was a pretty abysmal mid-game where he was swallowed up alive by Cyril. This time, he is not abandoning the tech. The Adept upgrade is going to finish.
Well, he's already put a lot of chrono boosts into it. I think it makes sense. I don't think attacking with it makes sense, though. I think you actually have to sit back. Like, I could see him trying to sneak a couple in and get a few drones here and there, maybe get some scouting, keep Cyril back for a moment. But I can't foresee him actually, like, holding off Ling plus Baneling chasing him.
Okay, we've got the Robo starting here now. The Adepts are going to push in.
There
now,
he
remember,
is.
With Banelings, this
Oh,
is
nice.
a lot easier to stop. We were talking about maybe he shouldn't commit to this.
Cyril's
We don't
trying
know
to
if
do
he's
any
gonna
damage
really
possible,
dive
but-
all in yet. It looks like he's going to try to go outside
Banelings.
the front, maybe force out some Zerglings and run back home. He's still staying on the outside of the creep. You know, Adepts, they're not that handy the longer the game goes on. It's why when you invest in them, you're going to have a little bit more of a bumpy ride if you don't close out the game. or at least lead in the mid game there.
Yeah,
He's going to shade a couple over here to the
knows
side.
there's
It looks like
Bailings.
he's going down to what would be the fourth, and in fact there is a fourth base. Morphine over here now. I don't know that he has enough
that's a lot of
damage to
Lings.
deny that though.
All right, the Lings go for a counterattack. A couple of Adepts there do slow them down momentarily. Warps in 4 more Adepts, but the Lings are more than
Should have done it by the
pylons.
pylons. I mean, he thought the battery was going to help.
Third base. In the meantime, this fourth of Cyril taking quite a bit of damage.
I don't normally see interactions like this in PvZ. They're both going for the spare bases. I think each side thought the other one would turn around and try to defend or recall, something like that. The Adepts are going to back up. Now, this hatchery's low. It could be picked off later. I don't know that he can come in and do much more now. He doesn't snipe the Orange Queen, and this expansion is still alive. So both sides taking a decent amount of damage, but nobody's really given up an expansion just yet.
Forge on the way, as well as the Templar Archives, so definitely Psystorm going to be coming up. Gets that quick Prism as well. The Prism actually with Adepts, with Glaives, can do very, very well. There's all sorts of little tricks where you drop Adepts out somewhere and then shade them in, pick them up elsewhere with that as well. So we'll see what he gets done with that Prism.
Nice wipe out there of those Adepts.
Got a few got a few
Cyril
Adepts.
is growing very comfortably. He's expanding over here into the 3 o'clock position. All other bases on this map are a little bit harder for Zerg to obtain, but you know, when Zerg gets on 5 bases, they're very comfortable. We do need to see a 4th base here from Protoss unless they're trying to do a very specific timing attack. Maybe we have that. We have 4 gateways now warping in.
All right, he actually flies over these Banelings. As soon as you see those, you have to deal with them. Those Banelings are waiting for speed to finish most likely and a roll into the 3rd base. So scouting that was a very important moment, but at the same time, Cyril sees, oh, okay, there's a Warp Prism out. We have to get some defense up ready for these drops.
And so the Lings are going to come out here. This is the first-person perspective right now of Cyril, who is aggressively paving the map with creep as this 5th base is about to finish.
All right, this 5th base finishes up. The Prism going to kind of start flying over. He drops out a few Adepts
Trying to get that Adept, that Hydra.
That's the only thing here that can hit air, so kind of makes sense to try to snipe it. But as you can see, this hasn't been very successful so far, and I don't think it's going to be either for Classic.
Yeah. It's more of a distraction than anything else. The Lings are going to come up and confirm the 4th base, so Cyril knows exactly what kind of game he's in. It is going to be that macro game. Cyril is ramping up to being maxed out here. He's at 173 supply of 190.
But they're all Lings.
It could be his turn to attack. The question is
Not-
going to
not-
be how
not
effective
quality
will that attack
units,
be. In
but-
game 2, we saw that he took out both the 4th and then the 3rd base actually pretty fast, and that was
He needs
a
to,
crippling
trade.
enough blow that Classic wasn't viable. So we really want to watch the defense here of Protoss. We see cannons coming down here. We see gateways to wall in. We have a Warp Prism in case the Zerg goes all in with everything. He can maybe try to drop over there. And we got to see if Classic can slowly catch up in supply and the rest of the
Oh,
tech.
nice.
Well, he's doing some reasonable harassment right here. Drops out the Adepts, gets a few drones. Still his defense coming online back at home. And that's definitely something that's really, really important because Hydra Ling Baneling, which is what Cyril's going for right now, is very explosive. If you don't have the right composition to counter this, which is generally like cannons, shield batteries, blink stalkers, maybe a few Archons, and a lot of Psystorm, this will just bust you down.
Okay, I love the wall in here. The Banes are going to come around on both sides. The Archon going to be on the outside.
Oh, nice.
2 Immortals, tucked in over here.
Yeah,
Beautiful storms to
Banelings.
hit those Banelings.
Yeah, he continues to throw down the storms there. Has to end up making an Archon so that those don't end up falling. More Archons coming down to help as well. Does Classic actually have enough to hold on here? A lot of damage still being dealt by these Hydralisks, and that Nexus looks like it might go down.
Yeah, it's taking a little bit of damage from the 2 Hydralisks on the
Yeah,
left
it's going
side.
down.
He can't quite defend it. That
Oh,
Nexus
no.
goes down.
Ooh, a big moment here for
Oh,
Cyril.
no.
Killing that 4th Nexus is one of the most crucial things you can do in this matchup. Classic is on the back foot.
That's right, Classic sub 100 supply as Cyril eyes his next target, the 3rd base.
All right, he drops out the Immortal over here, juggling it a little bit, trying to avoid damage. Some great Psystorms going down for sure. He's got a lot of defensive structures here helping, but very few units at that 3rd. The Hydras starting to push into the natural.
Oh,
this
no.
wall-in won't hold them for long.
Yeah, he takes out the pylon
The
over
side
here.
can get
the
killed.
Cybernetic scored the 2 gateways unpowered. He takes that out. Now the Robo is no more. It can't make any more Immortals.
It's
there
over.
has been more and more Zerg units coming up here, and it's too much. GG.
Damn.
Cyril wins his 3rd game in this best of 9.
I mean, Cyril's not even doing like
Classic
too many
keeps
like
trying to get that
tricky
early
things
damage,
like
but Cyril's
getting into
defense, like, you
Vipers,
catch him
Swarm
once,
Hosts, or any of
okay,
that.
He's not gonna let you do
He's
it
just
again,
beating
and
them with
that's
some
exactly
good
what
old
we saw
standard
here. The same
macro,
build, 2 games
basic,
in a row from Classic.
you know,
Thought
flood.
It worked once, maybe it would work again, but I don't think that he should be doing that anymore. Cyril is just on fire right now.
Well, we just don't have any
Cyril,
tricks for Protoss.
Again, denying
Oh.
late game. We're not really getting to the point in time where you can actually have the Stargate units where Protoss has been able to push. And so it's 3-1, and we really need to see if Classic can start this comeback, because Cyril is getting further and further along in this series where he's almost crossed the finish line.
Couple more wins, and he's going to be a 3-time world champion, something completely unheard of.
That's right. Classic has brought a very unusual series of builds. We had the Adept play now twice in a row. And, you know, it worked to get his first win. It was scouted in that second game, and you could see what happens when the Zerg sees that it's coming. You just stay out on the map. The Adepts can't even get a distance enough to get onto that the second base where they can bypass the double Evo block.
Yeah.
And by the way, Cyril's scouting has been perfect.
Yes.
He seems to know
very
it.
close.
We don't normally talk about like where the Overlord goes in the early game. It's kind of a, you know, one of the basic things you learn in StarCraft. Yeah, you've got a flying unit that's also a farm. You can scout with it. You want to look and see if you can find anything. He seems to know exactly where the tech is going to be.
When you play the same build on both sides, the meta, over and over again, and you do it over, and you don't really change the first 4 minutes of the game, you eventually start optimizing your Overlord locations and stuff like that, because there's nothing else to do. You do the same thing over and over again. It's like, okay, he's getting a pylon, gateway, nexus before Cyb, then tries to get a depth, Oracle. It's all the same thing. So I wouldn't be surprised, you know, that he optimized his Overlord timings, because there are not too many surprises. All you need to know is he going to depth? Is he going Stargate? Is it a Robo? You know?
And he's spotting it every time. In the top right, in the red,
But yeah,
he is Cyril.
Overlords, those little bastards. Damn, poor Classic.
And in the bottom left, in the blue, our Protoss player, he is Classic.
I really just don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah, well, you know, any world-class player can come into a series and have an unusual series of builds, because randomizing builds is essential. I
kind of feel like Classic might be a little intimidated playing Cyril the late game, the standard meta, because he's really trying so hard to not play it standard, which just makes sense. I'm glad that he at least trying something, you know. But I don't think he wants to do a standard meta. I mean, you know, it makes sense.
Series in StarCraft, yes. Right? I mean, you know, one of the
they
reasons
know
why
what you're
a
gonna
map
do
pack is
in
so
every
strong
step.
is if you can see what they're doing, you can usually stop it, right? In a game of StarCraft at the pro level, a lot of times, if you know what they're going to try to do, you can stop it, right? You can preempt it, and so you have to be unpredictable. You have to have a range of play. Classic has brought in.
The problem is that they take a lot of things away from us. We have a lot of toys since StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, but then they removed all these little toys that allow us to try to do something in the early stage. And because of them removing so many different things, it's really hard for us to even get surprised, you know, that something crazy is going to happen. You know, everything's just all mapped out.
And maybe the most unusual set of builds based off what his reputation has been to get this far. I'm kind of blown away. I don't think I've ever seen anybody select a series of openers like this. being a macro Protoss.
Yeah, you know, I think he's really trying so hard to be unpredictable, and he's definitely been that. We haven't been able to predict what he's doing, but I think Cyril is starting to. You were talking before the series started about how, you know, there's so many games, we'll probably see little adjustments from each player as they learn, oh, okay, this is the type of approach you're taking to the series. And we're definitely seeing that from Cyril. I think it's time to see it from Classic. Classic has to look at this and say, okay, he's completely dialed in with the Overlord scouting. He's figuring out what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Maybe
Overlord.
we should just focus on getting up to those 4 bases and making a really strong army.
Yeah, I think he has to slow it down a bit here. Now, he's going to show us exactly what his plans are. It's 3-1. You know, if Classic can take this game, obviously it's going to be 3-2. That's very doable. But if this goes up to 4-1, man, that's a lot of games Classic has to win in a row. And when you get up 4-1 in a best of 9, that
pressure
player that
time.
has that lead, he has a lot of room to start to get weird with his builds, right? Most of this series, we've kind of cast it from the perspective of Classic.
Yeah.
And we sort of have to, because he's the one that's starting to make the major decision that impacts what happens. His decision will ripple through the rest of the game and force a Zerg to behave a certain way, to react in a certain style. And again, you know, if it goes up to 4-1, that's when Cyril can get kind of crazy. He can do a weird all-in, and if he loses, okay, it's fine. He's still got plenty more games to try stuff.
Yeah, and I think Cyril, it's likely he'll eventually throw something crazy out there, but his general style is to kind of absorb, to react, to make sure that he's getting as many drones as he can without losing. So, you know, it makes sense that we kind of follow our Protoss player who's, you know, trying to win his first World Championship against one of the most successful players ever to have
Were you,
touched a video
Agronom?
game,
Why? What happened?
Let alone StarCraft 2.
Which area were you not
So, you know, we're going to
enjoying?
have to sit here and wait and watch. Are we going to see that Twilight come down again? He throws down a Stalker. Now, I actually think he's going to go third base. Very standard play here because of the Stalker. The Stalker comes out and makes sure that the Overlord can't find anything hidden. And that's what he's looking for. He's like, oh, do you have something like a Twilight again? Right. Are you going to go Glaives again? So he makes sure you can't see that. And then, yeah, why not go into a more regular game and make him think you're doing it?
He's going to lay a trap here. Are there enough Lings to force a
Cancel.
There are. Yeah. Okay, that's really big. Yeah, if you don't have the second Adept there, you can't kill the Lings quite as fast as you want to. And it was subtle, but we saw Cyril take each injured Zergling and loop it around the back so that the Adept would retarget. So the damage is distributed evenly along the Lings, while the Lings are still going to force that cancel. Now, it's not the end of the world. It's not like he lost the building. You had to cancel it. You always lose some resources when you cancel.
100
and then
resources.
you have to restart it. And that does mean that all those probes that are supposed to go to that expansion are going to get there a little bit later.
He's trying to get something, but he can't get anything.
The control Cyril here just
And he loses an Oracle.
out of control. He only gets one drone there and loses an Oracle. The other one very low on
The
energy.
rest of the
and
production was
taking a lot of
cringe?
hull damage.
Why? What did they do?
Just superb defense. Cyril is dialed.
Were you there?
And,
No, right?
you know, when you lose
You were just
the
watching?
second Oracle, then you can't one-shot drones. So now that the function of that Oracle is basically to tag units.
Yeah.
And to try to monitor. So the harass phase of the game for the Oracles is gone. Now, a couple of Adepts are coming in. Remember that Cyril didn't get the Scout, and so this looks similar to the Adept games in the last two games, but it's nowhere near as committed. I don't think that Cyril's going to be sold on this.
Adepts
he doesn't seem
again.
too worried about this at all. He's going to let this come in here. He's going to pull the drones away. And there's
He got
enough things
surrounded.
here that you can't even let the Shades finish. He's going to recall. He actually saves more than I thought he would get. It looks like he gets 5 out in one piece. And I'll tell you what, Artosis, this is a game that's, again, going to the direction we've kind of been predicting for the last 4, right? He didn't commit hard. He didn't get Adept Glaives and try to do near fatal damage. Instead, he's getting that Templar Archives. He's getting his third base up and running, and he's going to start to tag. And back here for Cyril, he's in his macro phase as well. A lot of drones about to hatch as the rest of these upgrades are going to start here for Zerg.
Yeah, both of them getting up into those 60s at about the same time on these workers. So that's pretty good. Cyril does have, of course, his 4th base warping in. And, you know, he's at least Classic is being busy with the Oracle. He, like, clears a little bit of creep there, still keeping a little bit of tabs on what's going on with his scouting. But, yeah, this is looking like the most standard game between these two by far.
So we see the Oracle just continuing to check around here. Classic's going to try to slip in a fast
Oh, is that what they did?
And this is sort of where the
Who's
late
this
game
guy?
trajectory begins for both sides. It does create a game where the Zerg basically gets to make the first move. And so we're going to see if Cyril decides to try to come in here and flatten that third base, or does he try to just take even more bases and power up? Now, I think Cyril's going to be more inclined to try to go with smashing the bases.
Yeah.
Because it seems like a lot of Zergs that also try to play, you know, single player, so to speak, and just macro up. Usually Classic gets too powerful. That's when his Stargate tech kicks in. And just seeing Cyril now beginning to make roaches, we're getting up to 12, along with a lot of these upgrades that are going to finish.
I didn't see that acronym. I fast forward all that stuff.
In different locations.
Well, he has burrow and burrow movement on the way.
Because I have to keep my eye out.
He's going to be splitting units up at that point, but a ton of roaches being made here on his 75 drones. So without any doubt, Cyril is going for an attack. Now, can Classic hold against that? He's got 3 different locations that he has to be able to defend. This is one of the weakest points for Protoss. If Classic can defend this well, he can get really
Oh, he's trying to get in there. Sentry.
The entrance open and just goes right in, killing the one stalker that was basically blocking that, accidentally attacking the platform there on the ground. And he's going to try to come over here.
He's coming in.
The main. He's going to be doing a lot of damage to these probes. There's a second attack that's winding up to hit both the second and the third.
All right, yeah, looks
Damn,
like he goes for the
out of position
here. Brings in the Roaches and Ravagers. He's going to go after this Nexus. Some probes starting to fall. How are you going to deal with this? He brings up some of his High Templars as well as some of these Stalkers. Of course, he's still clearing Roaches in his main base, but Cyril is dealing some good damage out here.
Had those Roaches not gotten in the main, this might be a little bit easier here for Classic to defend, but right now Classic going to have to abandon his 4th base, tuck away back here at the 3rd. The Nexus goes down. And I don't even know if Cyril has to keep attacking right now. He might want to try to regroup. It's basically mission accomplished there.
Yeah, the one thing we need to say is, yes, Classic lost his 4th base. He lost some drones there. Oh, man, this is the follow-up that's so good. Because I was going to say, right now, Classic's still, like, okay-ish because Cyril hasn't been teching. He hasn't been making extra drones.
Roach.
He doesn't really have additional bases, right? But these coming into the main base, this is going to be a huge problem for Classic.
Yeah, he's going to start to lose these.
He's got no detection, I don't think.
Roaches are going to burrow and spread out to different
got a robo.
So it's just harder to find.
Oh, Revelation, but he's spreading.
Meanwhile, we have Classic about to take a 4th base. I think this could be a mistake because it could just be wiped out in a second here from the army that's waiting to come in here and hit this.
Well, it does come in, but he hasn't started that Nexus,
yeah,
so...
He pulls the probe away.
Yeah, he's being very, very careful right now. This is not an unplayable position for Classic, even though it does look bad. It does look bad. You have to take into consideration he's spent a lot of money on Roaches that he's lost. The overall strength of Classic's army is pretty darn good, even though it's lower in supply. Roaches are not very supply efficient. We have a lot of Psystorm, a lot of Blink Stalkers. You know, this is it's still playable for Classic, but right now,
I know.
Cyril is taking a 5th base.
You know, in ladder, a lot of people don't even GG these days.
He's getting Baneling speed, multiple upgrades, Hydralisk Den. Like, Cyril's doing everything right now, and Classic needs to be very decisive.
So they're worried about one Roach,
we should
sadly.
point out Classic just at 150 supply. He needs to get a little bit more. I agree with your point, Artosis. I think he's done a really good job of basically cleaning this up. There's going to be, oh my God, I spoke a little bit too soon here. A big attack coming in here.
Oh, in his main.
If he can send all of this over here, it's going to be huge.
Oh,
now,
surround.
He recalls back. He'll pull away here. But again, there's no 4th base. There's nothing down here at 6 o'clock. And so even though you see Protoss survive this, that's kind of not the point. The point is that Protoss can't grow while they're doing this.
Well, we might see a counterattack.
But, yeah, a counterattack would help because Cyril lost a lot of units.
Cyril is going up to his Lurker Den right now. Classic actually has very similar army supply. He's playing against Roach, which means his army is better right now. So he's going to start to move out, and I think this attack just has to do very, very well. He needs to kill a lot of army. He needs to kill at least 1 base, and maybe during this he can get a 4th base up.
He's going to try to push in here now. If this goes well, it could swing the game into Classic's favor. If Cyril can stop it, it could end the game right here, right now.
Ooh, some very good side
Some good storms. Really good storms. Really good storms.
Bane Roach hits the top. Cyril bringing in so many units, but as you can see, still a huge standing army here for Classic.
He's going to keep pushing
forward.
The drones are evacuating. Classic, he has to choose. Does he push further, or does he try to take out the base? He's going to do another warping round and try to target down the hatchery.
Don't lose your Templars.
Very good choice, I think. Kill that off. There's There's going to be some units maybe hatching there you can get as well. Pushes towards this next base. I'm not sure what that storm
That was possible.
to go forward.
He didn't want to get surprised.
Base. Still no fourth base up for Classic, so he has to continue to get this damage.
He's a little bit all in right now. He's going to keep trying to push forward. The counterattack comes in, and Warpins come to defend it. The Lurkers have burrowed over here in the main fight. He has
That's
to
good
try
that
to
the Lurkers
storm
aren't
this.
here in
He has
this
to do something
position.
to break this. An alternative option would be to
He's gonna
blink
go
the
up.
main.
He's gonna
That's
blink
exactly
up.
what I think he's going to do.
He might. There's a lot of overlords here that he can get as well. Now, a lot of Hydra Bane going up there, so maybe the blink isn't good anymore. Maybe he had a window there, but he's being very careful. He brings his High Templars forward. If he blinks up, he's going to try to cast Storms, but I think it's too dangerous.
No,
he pulls back.
Yeah, it seems like Cyril is basically ready. This is the sign of a great player, by the way. When you don't pull the trigger, you realize, okay, I've done my damage. This Zerg's on 3 bases, by the way. Fourth one just starts in the bottom right, but point in case, they're fairly even in expansions now. They're fairly even in supply. They're fairly even in workers. Classic has now made this game very doable for himself.
He really has. Now, there are lurkers out. The lurkers are really hard to engage with an armor like this. They absolutely shred units like Stalkers. It's hard for the High Templars to stay under their fire because of the low health, but they can throw some Psy Storms down. But that's okay because we have Immortals and Tempests on the way for Classic. You know what? I got to say, this is a beautiful game out of our Protoss player.
It really is. 6 o'clock being reclaimed
Yeah,
right now.
this super
the Zerg's going to try to grow back out.
Presenter, and
Cyril's a lot squishier than before.
When she
with the Tempest.
Oh, really?
Here, this is sort of where the game really starts
funny.
to look good for Classic. He's the very best at this in the whole world. He's going to try to roam around the map again here. I think he could force a cancel over here on this additional base. No attention to the 6 o'clock base right now from the Zerg, although I do think Cyril's doing a decent job of cat and mouse here, being the mouse in this case, trying to just run around and force the Protoss to chase this instead of wiping out expansions.
Well, Cyril is expanding to the bottom right, so it seems like this bottom right general area of the map is going to be where.
Oh, he got stasis, a big chunk.
He does actually send some zealots
that
in.
locks in some lings for a little bit.
And Cyril will push that back. I love that prism being up there.
Okay,
that is
I'm
going
gonna
to
have to
be
look
very
and see
useful
who the hell
later
you're talking
on.
I was
about.
about to ask, I was like, does Classic know about the bottom right base? We just had a vision check that showed us he does have it. We're going to see a push here from Classic. And
nice
with
revelation.
on the lurkers, I mean, then the Tempest can just start to snipe those lurkers, no problem.
Absolutely. Yep. He's got a ton of Psy Storms.
I like the Tempest play.
So very hard to run up to it with masses of units. That splash damage will punish Lingbane Hydra so hard.
Okay, Lings are going to come down here. They're going to hit this Nexus. Ooh. And you know what? There's actually not enough, I think, to save this. Even if he blinks on top of it entirely, the Nexus goes down.
Oh, barely.
Is the hero of this game. Saves that Nexus just barely. Very good move there from Classic to heal it up. But Cyril might try again because it's going to be really low.
Okay, so right now we have Classic just outside of this base. He's going to try to push in. These 2 bases on the right are extremely important. And if he sees a weak spot, and he's found one now, he's going to push in and try to take it. So the Lurkers are going to come in here. Beautiful storms here on the Lurks. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to actually drive the Protoss away.
Oh, nice. He's going to take
that.
Like the hatch goes down.
Falling, but another attack coming up. You can see he's put up a lot of static beam around this very damaged Nexus. Might want to bring the rest of his army back as a lot of Lurkers are flooding in towards his 3rd base. I am a little bit nervous about this for him.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, looks like Cyril's just going to dive in. Can he get around this and do the damage? If he doesn't, Cyril will have overextended, and this punish is going to be nasty.
Well, he does blink forward onto the Lurkers. He wants to clear it really quickly, but he is taking a lot of damage onto his Stalkers. He clears everything, saves his 4th base.
Lurkers are expensive.
Cyril, you know, he did lose that bottom right base, but he is on 4 mining bases right now as well.
So we have another move out here. Right now, Classic trying to basically poke this position out here in the bottom right. I think he probably could have taken out that other base, but you know, it's funny. Classic has 1 base he has to keep saving. He just can't afford to lose it. Protoss are never going to recover health there, so that base at 6 o'clock is very fragile. He's going to come in once more. I think the Tempest can just one-shot this if he decides to turn around.
Yeah, I think he will end up getting that.
He gets behind the middle line.
Sneaking behind here, very annoying to deal with.
Took out the hatchery,
He
nice.
has to send the entire army back to kill off one lurker so that he can keep mining.
You don't want to get out of position, so it's good that
Annoying.
you.
He kills it off. Wouldn't hurt to have.
At least the hatchery got taken out. You reposition. It's not that bad.
You know, Cyril's being very smart. He sees there's not anything to spot behind the minerals, and so one lurker can change the entire course of a game. Classic going to move out again. We should mention that Classic is actually ahead here in supply, which means that Cyril's defense is going to be very brittle. There is a world where Classic simply breaks the Zerg open and then kills every base that he has.
Yeah, he might be able to. Coming in right now, but the abducts here from those
gotta
Vipers
not let
are
them do that to
very,
you.
very strong. He's going to be able to pick
What
off
the
2
hell?
of those expensive
Letting the
Tempests.
Vipers.
And that's going to be painful. Oh my gosh, he sneaks another lurker
the
in.
Nexus.
Tasteless. He's going to get the Nexus.
It's going to heal it with a shield battery. I don't think it has enough.
Heal it. Overcharge.
That's
Overcharge.
Oh,
Nexus overcharge.
And he can't save it in time.
That's so painful. That is
You didn't
so
have the overcharge?
painful to lose that 4th Nexus. Classic can't have that many mineral patches left at his other bases. Like, he is running dry. Look at that. Just
What a
very,
Majo.
very few minerals
How are you
left to
doing?
mine on the map for him. He immediately remakes that 4th base.
no,
but it
loses
is
the
still gonna
Oracle.
slow his economy.
Storms come down
The
here.
revelation.
And, you know, Cyril is kind of taking control of this game. Protoss is going to be very weak economically. Beautiful storms here as Cyril tries to come in for a surround. Did Cyril overextend, and now will Classic's counterpunch do
That was some
too
good
much
storm
damage
right
to
there.
Cyril?
It was
Got a lot
getting
of damage
dicey.
down there. A lot of those stalkers are hurt, but here's that war prism we were talking about before. A little counter to
And then
warp
the lurker.
into that main base. That is going to be very
watch
hard
out,
for
don't-
Cyril to deal with while Classic is attacking into this expansion.
It looks like the hatchery could be poked out here. It's low enough, it's going to go down. Meanwhile, the Zealots did so much damage there in the main. We could have another warping round even again. Classic, instead of going up to 12 o'clock, might even try to push a little bit further
That
over
lurker. Yeah,
Yeah,
pain
I'm not
in the
even
ass.
sure if he recognizes that there's a base
Make
there
a
at the
cannon,
moment.
damn it.
A few more lanes coming in and utilizing
damn
that
cannon.
burrow as well. No detection there, so hard to deal with. These two are just being
He
as
did make
annoying
one,
as
though,
possible to
but-
each other.
It's a funny game because they both
It wasn't
are
in the back.
barely functioning economically. They have massive armies, but like the income isn't great on
Ooh,
either
nice
side.
snipe. Snipe the lurker.
Nell picks off another
Storm.
lurker there, takes a bit of damage, takes
Yeah.
all the shields off a lot of those
Mama
stalkers
ship
as
can't
well.
get pulled,
Time
so
Warp
that's good.
goes down. That means he's really looking for the engage. Throws some storms down. You cannot
There
go
you
through
go,
that
storm
Time Warp.
right on top
Throws
of
down
him.
storms on the Hydras and drones together. I don't think that Cyril can save this base. I don't think there's any way.
No.
Yeah, there's no way this base is going to survive. Can he maybe take out some of these drones? It looks like he actually only gets about 2.
Now he's got to
Although 12
deal with the
overall
other
kills, the
side.
2 that we're retreating. I like the burrow over here with the lings. This is definitely going to play a factor later on. Remember that basically Classic only has 6 o'clock. There are some minerals at the other bases, but they're going to be mined out over the next minute or two here. What Cyril needs to worry about now is this sort of marooned 12 o'clock base. I don't think that Classic knows about yet. It seems like there's a blind spot in his scouting. Okay, now he should know.
150, yeah. It was usually at 130 something.
Gets pulled down. I think that was an all.
Last I checked, he was in the 30s.
Lurkers deal a little bit of damage there. Throws down a few storms. He does back up in time. Tempests start to work through these lurkers. As you work through the lurkers,
Ooh,
there's
feedback!
nothing blocking. The
Nice!
side storms are coming in, getting on top of those Hydras. Cyril's army just so damaged. The cloak is triggered on this mothership as well. Really great control from Classic.
Okay, he's going to try to maneuver over here. This is a really risky move. He's going to just run by and eat some damage.
Oh,
He knows
nice
once he
slow.
can sit on this base, Zerg is out of position here, especially with that time warp really slowing everything that's going to try to move through there. Is there actually enough? Yes, there is. GG. Classic takes his second victory.
And what does that make it? 3-2 for Cyril right now. He was feeling on top of the world earlier, but suddenly the match a lot closer.
Beautifully done there by Classic. It was so important in a best of 9 that he wins specifically that match.
I thought that guy came from the hospital or something. I was like, did he just come from the hospital? He's wearing some of that shirt. Looked like one of those shirts at a hospital. Those gowns. For a second.
Beautifully done there by Classic.
I was confused.
It was so important in a best of 9 that he wins specifically that match because it's
Let's
so
just go.
much closer
Straight from-
now.
straight
He
from
has,
here.
Tightened up that gap. And again, what an unusual game here. I love the fact that he basically just forced his way over here.
Yeah.
He doesn't care if he loses a lot of these Archons and Stalkers over here in the front because once he's on top of this, it's just too difficult for the Zerg to defend. And again, this was all done off of that 1/4 base that was basically barely giving Classic enough of an income to be viable.
Very, very true. You know,
Yeah,
This
the
really
3
shows
storm
Classic
on
skill
both
in those
sides.
bigger
That was
defensive
really
backgrounds. He went
like,
for the 4 bases.
yeah.
He wasn't trying anything tricky. He
Cyril
developed
just
his
ran
army
into a lot of
normally, and
storm that
even though
game.
Cyril was able to deal massive damage to him, he stayed calm. He cleaned everything up, and he hit a massive counterattack. A beautiful game out of Classic.
Yeah, masterfully done there. Again, had he lost that Nexus too many more times, I think he would have just fizzled out. But that was Classic winning in the way we were talking about before the series started. That's how Classic beats every Zerg in the world, is he just survives into the late game. He's got the Tempest, he's got the Mothership, and his defense against counterattacks is too good, his pushes are too strong, and he plays that positional chess game in the middle of the map so well.
So well.
In the top right, in the red, he is Cyril. And his opponent down here in the bottom right in the blue, he is Classic.
I love this series right now, Tasis. It is so close. You can definitely see from both sides ways in which that they can end up taking this game. Now, you know, Torches is kind of a crazy map. It's got those golden little mineral things that you can mine through. It's got that kind of double gold base in the center that people try to take. We've seen a lot of very cheesy games, a lot of very sneaky builds on this map. Will we see one here from Cyril or possibly from Classic? Or are we just going to go into a regular macro game?
Let's find out, Artosis. The builds are starting to unpack themselves as this game starts. I'm so glad that Classic won his second game because this is so much closer. It is hard to tell who's going to take this. Remember that the first couple of games really came down to really obtuse builds from Classic. Some builds we haven't seen, at least in years in some cases, from Protoss players, like that double Stargate, 4 oracles to blindside the Zerg in the main.
You kind of are. There's not many toys you get, and it's better for you to macro and get more drones overall than to try to do any damage, especially at this state of the game, because Oracles with Nexus juice,
match him in the macro game, or will
it's really hard to send roaches out there without dying to Oracles or a Void Raid pushing everything away. So then you're like, well, I should have just got a hatchery and droned. So the tools, they're not too many tools.
Perspectives here. For now, Classic is going to send his probe through. He's trying to identify the location of the third base. This is a map where there's basically 2 locations the Zerg can take the third at, and a lot of times you want to make your decision on how you're going to approach the matchup once you see where that third hatchery goes.
So Cyril is going to mine out these gold minerals and take his third base. It looks like right there at the regular patches, as opposed to that kind of forward base that's a little bit easier to attack.
Might have forced him to stay at home.
Of course, the Stargate is on the way.
Yeah,
and he's also
Nidus Swarm's really good, even if you're not
using
using it, just to scare them. Because usually their supply is capped.
It's funny because a lot
they
of
can't
times
warp
when
in
you
anymore.
make a stalker and they can't get inside, from the Zerg's perspective, they're kind of thinking, okay, what are you hiding? You don't want me to see this, and this is the poker game of StarCraft.
Absolutely.
Where, you know, both players are operating with a degree of incomplete information. You're trying to see, okay, are you behaving in a certain way? Are you trying to hide something from me? Or do I see, you know, you make a lot of workers too early? Oh, you're being greedy.
Yeah.
And that's where, you know, that trying to find something that might telegraph a behavior that could happen later on in the game is so important. So that Overlord comes in here. Now, the Stalker wasn't in a position to deny it, but you're going to see the Stargate, right?
You're going to see the Stargate.
Stargate's kind of standard.
Yeah. There could be anything behind that. You don't really know for sure, but it's also the most popular opener to just go into a fast third Nexus.
Right. The problem is it's also an incredibly popular opener to go into a cheese, too.
Yeah.
So you can scout it, and you still don't really know what's going to go on.
Well, the first Oracle flying up across the map, a little Zergling scout.
Link sees
come
it.
down and see this third base. Now, this is kind of cool and interesting, right? Because their third bases
are
awfully close to each other.
Yeah.
Like, really close compared to most maps.
Yeah, they're almost claustrophobically close to each other. And that means there's a lot of unique timing attacks they can both do to each other. The funny thing is, it's not exactly like one race is better at timing attacks in the matchup. You know, they both have their moments in PvZ. That's the ebb and flow of the matchup here. But yeah, it's a funny map because you both spawn on the right side. These bases further towards the center on the right side are extremely desirable. If you expand towards the lower left or upper left here, it's
No, we're gonna get it. No, we're not
for
gonna
the
get
other
it.
side to really come across the map and hit it, just due to the travel distance. So a lot of times they're both just hitting each other and going for the mains even.
Yeah. More gates on the way. Blink and the Forge is coming up. So, yeah, it looks like we're going to have Classic kind of power up into a lot of Blink Stalkers, which is exactly what I would suggest for him to do. Whether he's going to attack or Cyril's going to attack him, the key is going to be making a lot of Stalkers.
I wonder why
Right.
Classic is going for that
I
gold.
do wonder, and this may be very map specific.
Is
If
it
you
to
wanna
be
just go
aggressive,
mass Blink
or
Stalkers
because
while you're
that's
taking
a
Blink
vulnerable
base and
spot
just
right
pressure
there
the
too.
Zerg, I know that that's not really how Classic plays. That's really more of a hero.
So maybe to
But it
stop the
kinda
gold from
makes
being
sense the
made?
way the map is shaped.
That might be a good idea. Few Speedlings running through the center here. He's actually killed like 4 Creep Tumors so far, I think, with these Oracles. That's actually very, very impressive. So, not much else other than the Overlord and the Zergling being killed off. Still, the Oracles, I think, are doing a fairly good job.
We're going to have a Ling Ravager timing here. The
He's
Queens are
coming,
gonna come
see?
through here. So
Shit.
basically, Cyril is going to try to flatten and trample Classic.
No,
in
no,
this
don't say
position.
nothing.
If Classic can hold, he's going to be in a great spot. If Cyril pulls it off, this game is over.
No creep out here for those Queens. They're going to be very slow
Yeah,
and having a
it's
hard
the
time
finals.
truly supporting. Okay, here we go. A few bios come down. He goes after some of those shield batteries. There is a cannon warping in as well for extra
force field.
damage. Couple Oracles over here to the side. I think he's waiting to turn those on so the Queens can't hit them. Pulling back, throwing down some force fields here as the Lings start to surround.
Blink is about to finish. That's going to be really handy to dodge these bios, but it's
Blue
seconds
Sentry
away.
gets taken out. Battery shield gets taken
This is
out.
beautiful from Classic. The way he's pulled the Oracles back so they can't be hit by the Queens is off, and they're really helping out a lot, but the bios
They're
are
helping a lot
dealing
of
tons
Lings.
of damage to his army.
Yeah,
But there's still more
I'm worried
Lings.
here for Classic. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of room to try to maneuver against this. The walls are
Oh,
closing
no.
in. Cyril's getting further and further into this position.
It's not
really
looking
no way to
good.
blink.
There's
Kuropa's
going to be
Wiles
more Lings
barely
coming.
dodged, but
His
there's
base is
so
going
many
down.
Queens,
He's committing.
Ravagers, and Roaches.
This is getting very, very bad. Almost every single Stalker has fallen. The energy is gone from these Oracles. The probes have gone down, and so will the Nexus. Classic is going to give up the base. And I will tell you what, I don't know how you're supposed to win after you give up your third. You lose your fourth base.
Well, not
okay,
easy.
Well, we still have a good economy. We still have good tech. This is
Because he
too
committed
early
with
to
the
take that
army.
much
He
damage.
didn't like just let go of his army.
He
His
lost all the probes that were over there, and it
and
wasn't
the-
like
and there-
Classic
he lost
had
the probes and the
retreated
army.
to keep his units alive. He stayed there, and so he lost everything there too. It's
Yeah.
114 supply to 60. Cyril taking a fourth.
And he gets to
as
give his
Classic
game
has
away.
been compacted, has been smushed down to just 2 bases in the bottom right.
There's very little hope here left for Classic. We're going to see what his idea is. It seems to me that he's just going to make a lot of Blink Stalkers and rely on his micro here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Artosis, he did kind of win with a big counterattack in the last game. Maybe he can pull it off this time around as well.
He lost
Well,
a lot
he's
though
gonna
this
try
time.
at least, right? Like, well, he throws down a new third Nexus to the left-hand side. Right-hand side didn't work. Okay, let's go to the left-hand side. I don't know if I can agree with that, though.
Well,
I feel like that's very
I think the
slow
left
for
side was
Cyril
more
that's
better than the
already
right
taken
side
the
because, like I
point.
said,
gonna get a Dark
having
Shrine
it right there so close to the Zerg,
Forgot they were there.
you're
Now he's supply
expecting
blocked. How
some type of
uncomfortable here. Classic,
pressure
meanwhile, the Lynx
attack.
come down and deny the Nexus. Things are looking so hopeless here for Classic.
Yeah, this is not a good thing. Healing up that Oracle, okay, well, you may as well because it's not really doing anything else. The Dark Shrine is kind of an interesting idea here, but then the Overseer,
Scouted.
of course, dude, Cyril's scouting is so strong.
This is brutal. And of course, Cyril seeing what the last hope plan here is from Classic. I can't imagine how painful this game specifically is here for Classic. And Cyril, this should be a cakewalk for him. Should be very easy. He's going to take this gold base up here. He's actually, excuse me, not saturating the top left base with drones. So he has expansions, but he's basically using them to produce an army. He's probably thinking, I can just kill his third again and then go back to drone up. Why would I make this game more complicated than it has to be?
I tell you, I think he has to go Disruptor
He's
here.
focus firing, I think.
I don't know what else he could do. Like, he needs some luck on his side. He could try to make Immortals, but I think he gets overpowered if he goes for Immortals. Like, how do you keep up with Cyril's supply? He'll just
You're
he'll
on
power
two,
through the
stuck
Immortals.
on
It
2
doesn't matter.
bases.
So a second Robo comes up, and there it is.
The main's almost
There's
mined
the
out.
support base. So he is going to try, I think, to go into those Disruptors. Of course, they aren't as strong as they once were in StarCraft 2, but still probably his best chance to make make magic happen here in game number 6.
Yeah, he's going to come out here. I don't know what the story is with these drones coming up here. It looks like that was.
I think he wanted to mine through so he could attack.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. He wanted to hit both of those sides over there. Wouldn't even mind seeing, like, I don't know, a Nidus or a you know, something else, a drop or something. I mean, right now, Classic's below 100 supply, and Cyril's about to max out. I mean, for some perspective here, with literally no place on the map that he can call for a third base.
Yeah.
If he steps out of his base, he will be killed.
That's right. That's why he's hiding behind mineral patches
Pretty
and
much.
buildings. But you know what? Once you get like 6 disruptors, I could see him taking a battle.
Nah, disruptors aren't as good as they used to
Tide
be.
is on the way. And you know, once upon a time there was like a metagame that we had in this matchup where you'd go lots of disruptors against
until
this
they
thing, and they just rush up
nerfed
the
them
Vipers and start abducting them in and
the
picking them off.
disruptors.
So we'll see if that's what Cyril goes for as a counter. But yeah, the disruptors are. This is like a Hail Mary play here for Classic.
Okay, so you know it's a bit of a. It's great when you can hide behind these minerals, but you also can't get out of them unless you mine them.
Yeah,
Minerals can't be destroyed; they can only be consumed by workers. So, in some ways, Cyril can now turn this on its head. He goes, "No, you're never going to get out of here.
Yeah.
If you try to mine that with a probe, I'm going to shoot it down and run back."
So he's actually going to push them back with his oracles. That's a really smart idea. Queen comes up to try to slow that down a little bit, but not a lot of anti-air in the region. Does Classic come out? No. I mean, he pushed everything back. Okay, there he is. There he is. Okay, this is it, Tasteless. This is where Classic shows us what he's made of.
Okay, he needs to have perfect disruptor shots. He's got 4 disruptors in the back. He's going to move out now. The disruptor shots are going to come out. And not exactly
didn't get too many.
The Link surround is going to
and it surrounds there. It's over.
I just don't know if there's any way that Classic can keep his army alive. GG. Cyril takes another victory.
Jeez.
Cyril now on match point. Very tough series so far here for Classic. Cyril leading 4-2. Classic must win out from here.
He cannot lose any more games, and what a painful loss that was. The game before that was a nail-biter. It wasn't clear who was going to take it until the last minute. This one, we kind of just sat and watched him slowly perish. You know, he finally had the tech to come out here. All these disruptor shots basically didn't do anything.
Didn't do nothing.
The Lings had already surrounded the Stalkers, even with a blink away like this. Well, he just surrounds you again immediately. And
it's kind of like you need sentries to keep them.
You know, he was in such a bad
from
spot
getting all up on
his
you.
entire army.
That's where sentries help out.
Economy. It makes sense that he tried something like that, but nothing else he could do from there.
We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the 2025 EWC StarCraft 2 Finals continues on.
That shit looks dope. Look at that building. It sparkles. That's cool. It has like sparkles on it. Almost looks cloaked. That's pretty cool. Almost looks cloaked, you know? It's like there's mirrors, but where? Is it all glass? I'm confused. That's a sick ass building right there. Lego balls, yeah. Yeah, he was hoping for some good disruptor balls because Cyril kept coming in with huge roach waves and queens. That looks pretty crazy building. Is it all glass? I'm so confused. You ever seen a building like that? Definitely a Protoss building right there. All glass, huh? Look at that shit. That's sick. It's got little sparkles every now and again. Super Villain headquarters. Yeah, right? Shit, that's where Tony Stark lives. Kick-ass building. Yeah, no, just... Are those screens? They gotta be screens. Building wall screens. I don't want to see the parking lot anymore. Can you do it the other way from the parking lot into us? Come on now. Ain't nobody want to see no parking lot. That's what I'm talking about. That looks nice. That looks hella nice right there. Movie theaters are probably in there somewhere. Watch a movie. That looks sick. No, look, it's a concert right here. They did a concert right here. Little band or something. Oh no, that's not a concert. What is that? A stage? Is that the stage? What the hell? I don't know who they are though. I don't know who those guys are. Man, look at that building right there. Look at that sick ass place right here. Forward a little bit.
Classic wins is to get to the late game, but what if Cyril never lets him get there?
That's
some
a good
oil
question.
right there.
But if Cyril isn't letting him get
Wish
to the
I
late
had
game,
some oil like that.
That opens up the opportunity for Classic to play his great defensive style and get to the late game regardless.
We're going to be going into this match momentarily. Remember, Cyril just needs to win one game. So it's an extremely challenging position. The further the disparity in score is in a series in StarCraft, the more experimental, the more high risk the strategies are that Cyril, in this case the leader, can try to pull off. So Classic has a very, very difficult series to try to navigate if he's going to become the EWC StarCraft 2 champion. But we've seen players come back before.
We certainly have. There are some sick runbacks in the history of StarCraft 2. You know, this game has been out for a good 15 years now.
Long time.
These guys about to become that 15th year world champion.
StarCraft 2 getting better and better every year, aging like a fine.
I don't know about that. Getting better? Not when they're patching so many damn things. Aging like fine wine my ass. Damn council.
Fine wine. We are so close to deciding who is going to be the Esports World Cup champion here between Cyril and Classic. Again, Cyril, if he wins one more, he's going to take it. Classic has a hard road up ahead, but it is possible. Introducing our players in the top left. In the red, he is Cyril. And his opponent down here in the bottom right in the blue, he is Classic.
Ooh, I'm very excited to see what Classic is going to choose to do. You know, whatever he does, all of his eggs are in that basket.
Right.
There's no taking anything back at this point. There's no more experimentation. He must play what he thinks will win each individual game.
We should point out as well, there's been two.
I kind of feel like that's what he was trying to do this whole
that
time.
Identified what kind of game was going to happen here from Cyril, and he won those promptly.
Yes.
He had a very, very easy game. And so, you know, the Overlord scouting being so spot on, can Classic even pull you know, a curveball off here? Can he really have a surprise opening? It feels like it's been pretty rough. He had one where he basically forced his way through the Evo wall with the Adepts, and then he did a magnificent job killing drones. But Cyril's scouting's been very good. I mean, he's really the quintessential god of Zerg, in that he is able to survey, to identify, even if it's only off of a couple of hints or movement patterns by the units, he sees what's coming and then he reacts accordingly, gets ahead, and closes it out with a win.
Yeah, I really do think that Cyril's understanding of the game is a step above everyone else's, including other world champions and basically everyone in the world. And I think that that really, really helps him out with his fantastic mechanics. You really do have to either catch him out guard or simply outplay him by blocking everything he does, like Classic did in one of those previous wins.
We've got the scouting probe checking to see if they can find the third base. It's going to be the Stargate, a familiar tech so far.
Clem is good. His Terran,
PVZ, but certainly
his Terran is good.
So with Classic, by the way, a real chance we don't have any of that hidden Robotech Artosis. We've got to see, you know, once the Stargate finishes, the next couple of tech buildings are going to be laid out, and then we can basically identify what kind of game Classic wants to play. Yeah.
Well, with that Stargate coming up, I do expect to see the Oracle very quickly. It'd be quite a shock, quite a surprise to see a Phoenix or a Void Ray started. There's the Oracle. This Adept still just kind of scouting around a little bit. It's not going to be able to pick up any damage as of yet. Just taking a tiny little bit of damage beyond the shields. And from here,
doing a little bit of work.
You know, the standard play would be another Nexus coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, Clem is definitely a menace. He's
we're all
fast.
expecting is the Nexus. Remember that a lot of these games, Cyril's
You
been
like
really
Cyril
good at
too?
sending an
More
unusually
than
large
Clem?
amount of Lings out and denying that. And I think part of that's because he knows that when the second Oracle's out, Classic tends to look for workers. By the way, we've got two Adepts coming through here now for a little bit of harassment. He's actually going to shade those in, and he's going to go for another worker.
All right. And I think that's going to be all he can really get. Wait, one more maybe. Ooh.
Oh, no. Nice.
Nice. Very good save there from Cyril. But in comes the Oracle.
Oh,
now.
weakened
so
him.
A little bit more drone damage, but a lot of damage onto that Oracle as well.
Yeah, the damage from the Oracle, you know, you're not going to recover from that. So it's hard, right? Because then the two Oracles, when they're paired together, can't come in. He does have the Adept and the Oracle ready for the Smalling deny on the Nexus, but Cyril pulls away immediately. Quick evolution chamber here for Cyril being thrown down in the back of his base. The Lings are just going to be, you know, probing the outside of the base,
Cyril's
trying
very,
to get any information.
structured.
Are there upgrades coming? Can you see any kind of units that are beginning to be gathered?
He makes his
and
own
the Overlord
metas.
Scout comes in and sees a Forge. And a Forge, basically, in a game like this, always means you're going to be invested in a long game, because otherwise there would be no need to make it. You need upgrades if you're going to have a Forge. You see a Forge extremely early on.
Oh yeah, Clem is on a different level. But they also Clem's Zerg.
You know, looking at
Clem is Terran,
so far, this looks like his very
it's a little different
very
TVZ versus
normal
EVZ,
macro
you know?
play. The same can be said on Cyril's side, right? He's getting his melee attack. Here's the Roach Warren still droning up as he can. A few units here and there as he feels like he needs them. But nothing too aggressive from either player. This might be the game that we've kind of been waiting for and saying that
That's
we
why
really want to
Clem
see,
went
but
Protoss
we do
against
have to hold on a
TVT.
minute, right? Like there is, of course, as you were saying before, timing attacks that can come out from both sides.
Right. I mean, the matchup's pretty dynamic in that sense. Definitely, each of the races takes on different roles at different times. But this is sort of the game we were talking about before the best of 9 started, at least from Classic's perspective. Zerg, if they don't do something too aggro and specific, most of the time they're surveying and reacting. And so this is the game I think Classic is closest to being the best at.
Yes.
But again, even when he gets to play those games, Cyril is a very worthy opponent
One
and very
drone.
tough to stop. The second
Saves
Oracle
his
takes
Oracle,
quite
though.
a bit of damage as well, only stunning 1 drone. Scouting the 4th base is 9
But he didn't
more.
lose the
Actually,
Oracle,
11
so
more
that's
drones
great.
Are about to hatch.
Baneling Nest is actually on the way here, so we might see Cyril try to get some Baneling speed going, like rolling in to get a little bit of damage. Possibly, you know, it could be like Baneling drops. Maybe he wants to go into like a Ling Bane Hydra type of composition. That's been kind of popular lately amongst the good Zerg players, and he does throw down that Hydralist Den, so it does look like it'll be the latter.
So we've got Storm halfway done. And Storm is something that basically ensures that, you know, especially with things like Roaches and Ravagers, it's hard for them to ever get in there and do the damage they want to do. The 2 Oracles are doing a good job clearing out creep tumors. As long as they don't die, even if the health is low, they're still getting the job done.
Absolutely. Clearing a bit of creep here and there. Very, very nice so far.
So we've got
Gotta work
Lings
the
moving
body
around the map right now. It's a quiet game. You know, there's not a whole lot happening, and that's because they are both powering up. We see a few more Lings moving out here. I don't think this is going to be able to do that much. When you see the gateways out here like this, over at that
like Rainer and Max
third
Pack?
base, excuse me, because Protoss is on 4 bases.
But
So a lot
Zero's
of
the
times
GOAT.
Protoss is trying to make walls. They're like
Definitely
this
a GOAT.
here. You're trying to defend that. You want to make sure that when the counter
I think there should be three goats.
Shots off, it's not going to be killed
A
immediately.
Terran
The
GOAT,
Templars
a
come
Protoss
behind
GOAT,
the
and a
cannon
Zerg
and
GOAT.
Storm. You need to
That's
basically
the
have a
way I
very good
usually
Sim
see
City,
it.
as they would say in
There
StarCraft.
should be 3
a good
goats,
defensive
not
setup
just
with your
one in
structures
StarCraft.
so that you're barricaded into your
Because every
base.
race
That's going to be crucial because it
is
is a Ling Bane
unique.
Hydra composition coming out of Serral. This is an attack that can come in and oftentimes clear out one of the bases, whether it's the 3rd or the 4th for Protoss. Looking at how Classic's playing it, he is getting his Stargates going, you know, adding in his charge upgrade. He's got the Robo now, so he's really trying to complete his tech tree.
And it's so important that you defend properly here as the Protoss. I mean, if you can defend this, if you can keep your bases alive, by the way,
I don't
drop
think
Overlord
Cyril's
setup
the
here.
best player in the world
Cyril's the
because
master at
he's
hitting
just
a
the best
ton of
player. But I
locations
think
at once.
because
Yeah, we've
of
seen this
Zerg
before. So he's
being
gonna
a
have 4
good
drop
race
Overlords total.
and his mechanics are
And
really good,
it's going to be
the way that the
about
meta
Classic
is
trying
shaped
to
gives him
defend
that
here,
like
carry
advantage.
the next attack,
But I don't think
ensure the main is safe, and try to
he would
keep
win as many
all
if
of that
Protoss was
critical
balanced better
infrastructure
or
and
Terran was
expansions
balanced
alive.
better
He
against Zerg.
Barely missed those 3 and the other one. Just barely did not see them. If he had scouted any of those, this would be much harder to pull off. But right now, Serral has the element of surprise on his side.
So he's got 4 Overlords with Lings to drop in the main. He has Banelings ready, I believe, to drop into the expansion as there's going to be a hit squad over here of Lings and Banes and Hydras to hit the 4th. So this is really a game
Best Zerg
about
toss Terran. I
having
don't know.
your
I think
opponent screen in
Maru
the wrong
versus
spot.
Clem,
If you
maybe
respond to
Clem's.
this
I don't know. It's hard to tell who's
you can
better,
take
Maru
fatal
or
damage
Clem
at any one
these
of these
days.
3 locations.
Yeah, this
Because Maru's
could
really
go
good, but then
badly for
Clem has
Classic,
his
but if
own
he can
style
block it
too.
all, if he can keep his high Templar count high, he'll be in an advantage.
Remember, there's a huge gas dump here on these Banelings. He's going to storm some of these. That's going to be a big deny. That's a lot less damage, but still a lot more Bane's going to try to come in now.
Boy, really great defense so far, but
Storms,
now the Lings being
nice
dropped. You can see
storms.
the picture-in-picture in the main base. A lot being dropped in there. Makes a couple of Archons. Okay, the Banelings do roll through, and they're going to kill
Got
a
some,
few
but not as
probes
many.
here. But so far, he is
Oh.
holding. Now here comes another Overlord with Banelings into that 3rd base location. And
Came
32
and then the
probes
Lings
have
in the main
fallen, but
base.
Classic
Oh my
still
goodness.
has 55.
The problem is these Lings are doing so much damage in the main with 32 workers killed. And remember that 4th base Nexus, it's very much softened. It's a very bruised Nexus. So another attack in there could end up wiping it out.
Yeah, and he is coming back for another
Going
attack
for
as
another
well.
one.
Ling Hydra
He's
just
gotta
gonna
take
go
that
up
Nexus
and
out.
Targeted down. Bad news here for Classic as he loses his 4th base.
And he doesn't overextend. Serral decides to pull
Damn.
back.
Yeah, he pulls
and
back.
That, between
Yeah,
those
he's
two,
going
oh
for
my
another
God,
drop.
He's going to wind up and do another one here as well. So he's going to macro up. Serral nearly maxed out. Classic's ready to defend this. But Serral's going to rotate towards the 4th. Now we talked about
cannons
the
aren't the
barricaded
best
position.
against Banelings.
He's got it. Okay, he's ready for this. Is he watching? He's going to unload, and Classic wasn't targeting.
Okay, yeah, he kills a couple of them, but a lot of those get out. Now Baneling's rolling into that 3rd base location. He's going to kill even more probes.
Damn,
12
that
probes
12.
fall, and the 3rd Nexus likely to go down now as well.
And with this Nexus falling, it's hard to imagine that there's any way that Classic can survive. And Serral, being careful, backs up. He's not going to overextend once more.
Oh my gosh, Serral is so close right now to a 3rd World Championship. Is he going to be able to close Classic out? Classic's starting to push for it. He has a lot of Archons in here. They can do well against the Ling Bane, but there's a lot of Hydras in there as well. He slows them down.
Chewing
He does
it
pick
up.
one off.
He
Overall,
killed
good
a lot
trade
right
for
there.
Classic,
That was
but
a really
Classic
good
is
trade.
way behind in supply right now.
That's right. Some regrouping here from Classic. Now he's gotten a lot of his tech up. Archons are going to be very helpful with the Templars. It's a little bit harder to actually get in there and do that damage. but the growth on Cyril's side of the map, the fact that he's gone untouched, uninterrupted, as he continues to become a powerhouse in this game. Classic,
was really
scrambling,
good.
trying to get back on his
Stats
feet.
was alright, but I think I like Zest way more, or
Not
SOS.
even a Nexus here to deny, but why
SOS
not
or Zest.
Oh man, the Banelings roll in. He does block those very, very well. But this little attack getting into his natural. I mean, you can't be losing anything right now as Classic. You really have to rebuild your economy, not take more damage.
More links coming in here into the main. It's just getting worse and worse here for Classic. He's just not able to put out all these fires as Cyril is throwing so many things at him at once.
Cyril is causing more problems
There's another
than Classic can deal with.
2 more pros die.
He brings up some Zealots to help clear out some of these Zerglings that were in there. He does have a lot of static defense. Looks like we have more tech coming up from Cyril as well, though. Lurkers on the way, Spire coming up, Adrenal Glands. He can get into Broodlords eventually. Not looking good for our Protoss.
And this is a very good way to finish off the Protoss that's this behind, is you set up every kind of tech, and maybe you throw everything at the Protoss and then look at what they've got.
Oh, I couldn't trap him. Oh, but the Lurkers are here. Nothing that he has for the Lurkers.
All right, Lurkers coming up to attack into this newer base. He has started another Nexus at the other location, but can he clear these Lurkers? The Lurkers repositioning slightly as he sees Classic trying to leave.
The Lings are going to come in again. There's just nothing to defend. Any overstepping here by Classic is going to be a lot of damage eaten up over here. The Nexus denied once more. Protoss barely on 3 bases as we see Cyril hitting this location as well.
Almost nothing left here for Classic. He might end up losing that base. That's basically the only place he's mining off of. Very few mineral patches and his main natural left over. Yeah, that Nexus is going to go down. Classic with a counterattack. This is his last chance in this tournament.
The Lurker's going to shimmy up here.
Lurkers
and this
are just
is
hard to kill with this army.
Can't push through. He's going to try to do some damage, but the army supply is just so high.
And there's no observer. Oh, there's one observer.
This is a Hail Mary play here from Classic.
A lot of Psy Storms going down. The Lurker's very, very clumsy, so he is getting good damage there, but I don't know that his damage output is high enough. Lings coming up for the surround. Lurkers burrow as well. Classic letting out a breath there as he knows that his chances are just about gone.
That's right. GG. Cyril has done it, defeating Classic 5-2.
Unbelievable play here from the now 3-time world champion. There is no denying it. This is the greatest player in the world, Cyril.
An incredible series there. I thought Classic put up a great fight, but at the end of the day, you could just see that Cyril was too complete, had too much of a deep understanding of the tricky stuff Classic threw at him, as well as the macro play. He was able to go toe-to-toe with Classic there too.
This was just beautifully done by Cyril, finishing Classic off with multi-pronged drops as well as an attack. There was nothing left for Classic to do. He tried to counterattack, but Cyril
one day
was
to
too
see you,
strong.
See you, bro.
An incredible series. He has done it. He has overcome all odds. And he will now take his key and place it here and cement his place in history. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Cyril.
Like magnet, probably.
2025 EWC StarCraft 2 World Champion.
Damn. All right, I gotta eat something. I will see you guys in about an hour for some horror. I'll do a little bit of horror before I go to sleep, but I gotta eat something, so I will see you guys soon. I feel bad for Classic. He's getting sprayed by the fireworks right on his face. Probably got some burns.
Cyril, an incredible performance.
Are you talking about her?
You are our world champion. 2 games, though, Classic took off you. We saw your heart rate soar to numbers that we haven't seen throughout this whole tournament. Did you ever think that you would not be standing here at the end of today?
To be honest, after a 2-0 start, I was extremely confident, and the couple of hiccups didn't bother me too much.
Glad to hear it.
Cyril, 3 years since you've been crowned a world champion. Your third
Is that the guy you're talking about?
championship
The
title,
cringe guy?
The undisputed
I don't know who that guy is, but he's probably like
of StarCraft
an
2.
announcer in
Tell
this.
me, how does it feel?
In this
It
place.
feels absolutely fantastic. This is what I came for, and this is what I got. So it's the best feeling in the world.
That's honestly incredible. Now, one more question for you. 3 keys to choose to add to your trophy. Who are you choosing? You can't choose Clem. You didn't beat him. You had to beat him to take his key. So who would you
So
choose
actually
out
makes
of the
my
rest of the
contact.
competitors at the Esports World Cup?
Well, I feel like I only beat 5 people, so there isn't that many options. But I'd like to get classic ski and
I'd like to
Kur's
get
ski,
classics.
and,
Damn. I'll take all their keys.
I don't want to take Rainer's ski just because he's my teammate, so I'll have to go with Gabe then because he's the last one left.
I'll take that for his
Fantastic.
key.
Now again comes the day of the king. You should be well familiar, Sarah, with how to do.
Oh man. Alright guys. I'll be back on about an hour. Poor Classic, man.